And I know we've been talking about interesting events, but this will be one of the most interesting events. It is interesting because it sets in motion our concerted actions, which have already begun towards COP28 and beyond. That is the part that makes it super interesting. It is the part where we begin then to agree on concrete actions that we will take together and in a collaborative manner towards driving broad-based Pan-African influence and also influencing the globe to advance African interests. So that is why the process becomes extremely important. Today we are running on what we call adaptive program. So you'll not see a program with very distinct time zones. You will see what we call an itinerative program where we know after this particular session, we'll move to this session, and this is how the order of events are organized. So that is the kind of program that we are going to have today. So we are not going to have the kind of very strict program, but the program for today is fragmented into two. We have, actually, it's fragmented into three. Let me say it's fragmented into three. We have the first session, which is a review, basically of our previous campaigning efforts. That's the first part of the program. The second part of the program will be highly political, trying to see how best we can galvanize our energies and to scale, to drive the agenda that we want to drive. And this is where we'll also get the official statements. The third part of the program is a working part, where we unpack the campaign, ground it in different country contexts, and again aggregate it back into Pan-African level. So it will entail a lot of work. So in case you told your brain that today is a listening day, no, today is not a listening day. Today is a day where your brain must be optimally engaged. Now, I know all of you are wondering whether we will be able to finish. I'll tell you on a very practical note, we'll finish. But it's a loaded program, it's a lengthy program. We urge you stick to time. If we take a break, it's a break, and it's important to do that. At this point, before I invite the moderator for the morning session, allow me to recognize the presence in our midst, the chair of Pan-African Climate Justice Alliance, our board. Madam, you may need to stand, and we clap for you. I will not introduce you for now, for security reasons. I just wanted them to clap. I will not attempt to introduce you for security reasons. We'll introduce you at the most appropriate hour. So I just wanted all to recognize that the chair of the board of the Pan-African Climate Justice Alliance is in our midst, and she's all the way from beautiful country of Tunisia. Asante sana, and welcome to Nairobi. Madam, if I want to pass the baton to you. Asante.
Thank you so much, Philip. Good morning, everyone. Good morning once again. We are gathered here today because of primarily the youth. And in that spirit, I want to ask everybody to stand kindly. Before everything else, with the world on fire, with all the policies up in the air, I want us to take just a minute to just be easy. DJ, I had asked you to cue something for us. All right, so this is a song called Terminator by someone called King Promise. It's an Afrobeat. And I want us to just take a moment and just move a little. Just move a little. any beat, anyhow, just move a little. Table. Show these people how to move. Show them how to move. Welcome you to this session. We are going to begin by giving an overview of what we did last year for the road to COP27, which was dubbed the Climate Justice Torch. I won't say much. I will let the visuals speak more. You know, visuals speak more than words. So David, kindly cue the video for us to have an overview of the Climate Justice Torch.
Governments, particularly those who have caused this problem of climate change, really to take action, and we have identified the actions. The only problem is that we have policies after policies without being implemented, and that is what we want to see happening.
The theme of the campaign, of course, is mobilizing and amplifying the voices of communities at the front line of the climate crisis to secure accountability for climate justice at COP27 and beyond.
Climate change is a matter of life and death for tens, if not hundreds of millions of Africans.
These are African climate youth, and we are here to demand for climate justice.
Loss and damage funding.
And adaptation funding.
Ça veut dire quoi? Ça veut dire l'adaptation reste la priorité de notre continent. Mais selon ce que nous avons vu à Rotterdam, on est indigné. Non parce que ce sommet a eu lieu hors de l'Afrique, mais en même temps que nos dirigeants se sont retrouvés là-bas seuls.
Je voudrais vous assurer, vous avez parlé tout à l'heure du sommet de Rotterdam, qui a vu la participation de son Excellence Monsieur le Président de la République Macky Sall, en sa qualité de président du Sénégal, mais en sa qualité de président de l'Union africaine. Le président de la République a laissé 2 messages ou 3 messages extrêmement forts à Rotterdam. La première, il a indiqué clairement à la communauté internationale que l'Afrique n'est pas venue pour quémander.
alors que nous allons à une COP africaine, alors que nous allons à une pré-COP africaine qui commence demain, il faut monter au créneau pour leur dire qu'ils ne peuvent pas rester cyniques et insensibles lorsqu'ils viennent sur la terre africaine.
In Glasgow, we had so many pledges, and for all other pledges of UNFCCC, we are saying Sharm el-Sheikh is no longer going to be a forum for more promises. We want to see more action.
Yes.
So it's going to be an implementation COP,
Yes.
not more pledges.
In my country, the reality of loss and damage is not only felt, but it is seen. When I talk about drought in Karamoja, I'm not talking about drought, I'm talking about hunger and death. We are experiencing a lot of death in Karamoja region because of drought.
When it is rain season, many people die and others have to relocate.
My country is facing threats of food insecurity. I connect it to climate change. Climate change did not bring itself. I would like to believe it was a human's greed and apathy that actually brought it.
When we suffer from the issues of climate change, it means that even our food security in a city like this one, we suffer a lot.
We are prepared as a group, the African group of negotiators, my colleagues and everyone, we are ready to take on this and be your envoys at the conference.
Climate justice now.
Why is your voice not sea level? Stop climate crying. One voice, one Africa.
This is Climate Justice Touch, and the message too is very clear that we want to illuminate and spotlight on key issues for Africa.
Climate justice. When do we need it? Right now. Climate justice. Climate justice.
At our level here, government has plans in the National Development Plan to do a lot of activities to curb the negative effect of climate change, which of course includes tree planting, afforestation, and also engaging people, discussing with them with a view towards changing their mindsets, because human activities is very, very crucial when it comes to climate change. So now people are encouraged to grow trees, to plant trees, and also to protect them, to ensure that these trees that are planted are also taken care of for them to grow to maturity.
We are calling for climate finance, and we are saying that we want to see doubling of the thought from the young people.
our agenda on special needs and the circumstances for Africa were dropped at the agenda stage during the plenary one. We hope this is going to be illuminated. What do you want? What do you want? What do you want it? Now.
Africa should not remain forever a victim of climate injustice. This needs to be rectified. This message needs to be amplified. And no one is in better place to say it than the African civil society. The African youth, our vulnerable communities, the pastoralists, the farmers, and the African scientists, women and families, whose climate change adverse impact is becoming a daily reality in how they lead their life and how they make livelihoods.
I see, hope you can see. I see, why can't you see? I see, hope you can see. The climate's changing.
Thank you so much. So that is what we took part in last year, dubbed again the Climate Justice Torch under the theme Mobilizing Community Voices towards COP27. We achieved a lot. The Climate Justice Torch served to amplify and continued to unify African nations. We were also able to build momentum in supporting the farming and the core blocks for organizing, which are steadily taking shape, mobilizing and organizing youth across Africa. We were also able to target different clusters, including but not limited to women, men, youth, people living with disabilities, students, pupils. The journey towards COP27 saw engagement of development partners, government representatives, indigenous communities, and others. The Climate Justice Torch campaign moved physically and virtually, as you've all been able to witness. In total, the torch reached at least 218,600 disaggregated as 5,629 physically, 2,887 youth, 1,427 men, and 1,315 women. And 212,600 were reached virtually. These figures do not capture all the indirect reach that we were able to accomplish using under the guise of the Climate Justice Torch. Ladies and gentlemen, I want to welcome a panel that will help me unpack this campaign and see where we failed, what could have been done better, and delve a little bit deeper into what the Climate Justice Torch was able to achieve. So without further much ado, help me in welcoming Mr. Stephen Abu from Nigeria, Odrago from Burkina Faso, and Lucky Abeng, also from Nigeria. Round of applause for my panel. So I'll start with you, Steve. You were able to accomplish quite a lot with the torch being received by the Minister of Environment in Nigeria last year. Could you kindly tell us what worked and what were the things that you were able to achieve having given the torch or passed over the torch to the Minister of Environment at last year's COP27, to the journey towards, sorry.
All right, thank you. Good morning, everyone. I will start with something that worked very well, and I want to use this panel to draw our attention to that. One of the things that worked very well was the fact that women and youth were projected at the campaign. And as you can see on this, our panel, the gender is not balanced. So we must use this to work on our road to COP28. We shouldn't attempt to leave women behind. There is this affection that comes with when you have somebody telling their own story in their own perspective. Women have their perspective. They can tell the story better. When the minister saw the team of young people and women, he could not but to pause and attend to us and align what the government was doing with us. The action then was at a national level only. I am looking forward to this year's road to COP28 having action that will have ripple effects across the country, not just at the national level. Let there be a lot of activities that can happen. For example, Nigeria is a unique country of over 200 million people, large landmass. For your action to be very effective so that it will not just be known or reckoned with at the national level alone, but can also have this local wide reach. So I will suggest that we program it in such a way that the activities can take a week long, happen from the grassroots. Before it gets to the national level, let them begin to hear that there is something building up at the local level, and then the action now get to the national level to say, then this is serious. Because of time, I will want to stop here so that can speak. Thank you.
Thank you so much. So in terms of accountability, we know that we can't leave women or youth behind. And like you said, there is no woman on the panel right now. I will be representing the women. But building on that, Odrago, would you build on that and let us know the activities also included a lot of grassroots engagement. So what were the things that you were able to achieve, including the mobilization of youth, of women, in enabling you to amplify the voices of the communities at the front line of the climate crisis?
Merci bien pour l'opportunité. Alors, au niveau du Burkina Faso, l'année dernière, nous avons eu l'opportunité de conduire avec... Can I proceed? Okay, thank you. Donc, je disais que l'année dernière, nous avons eu l'opportunité de conduire le processus donc du flambeau pour la justice climatique au niveau du Burkina Faso. Et ça a été vraiment une expérience très enrichissante, en ce sens que dans notre pays, par exemple, comme vous le savez, nous sommes dans un contexte d'insécurité également au plan politique. Il y a beaucoup d'instabilité. Et c'est une histoire que je voudrais vous raconter parce que c'est pour vous montrer un peu l'importance de l'activité au niveau de notre pays. Et quand nous avions fait la programmation pour organiser le flambeau de la justice climatique, le gouvernement avait fait sortir une note pour interdire les marches, et surtout au niveau de la société civile. Alors, nous avons fait un plaidoyer en interne pour solliciter en fait l'organisation de cette activité parce qu'elle était importante non seulement pour les pays, mais également pour toute l'Afrique. Et je suis ravi de vous dire que nous avons été acceptés et nous avons conduit cette activité qui a mobilisé les jeunes, les femmes, les personnes vivant avec un handicap, les médias, et j'avoue que c'était vraiment un grand succès. Nous avons organisé des sessions de formation pour les jeunes et les femmes, y compris les médias, pour leur montrer ce que c'est que les impacts du changement climatique dans notre pays. Et je suis heureux de vous dire que nous avons eu non seulement l'autorisation de faire notre parade, mais également le gouverneur de la région des Hauts-Bassins a bien accepté être le président donc, de cette session. Et c'était vraiment un grand succès pour nous. Et nous avons conduit aussi beaucoup de sessions de plaidoyer au niveau de la région des Hauts-Bassins. Nous en avons conduit plus d'une dizaine. Et ce qui nous a aussi permis d'avoir que le conseil municipal de la commune de Bobo accepte créer une session pour permettre aux acteurs de la société civile et aux municipalités de se réunir autour d'une table pour discuter des questions d'hygiène, d'assainissement, de changement climatique et d'environnement. Donc c'est vraiment un grand succès et cela nous a permis aussi de faire des recommandations et de lancer des messages forts, des messages qui sont en lien avec le niveau africain conduit par Padja, ce qui nous a permis également d'aller vers la COP avec des propositions venant de la base. Et c'est chose que nous avons transmise à Padja pour faire la synthèse et c'était vraiment excitant. Et aujourd'hui, les gens sont plus que prêts pour vraiment rééditer cet exploit-là afin que l'Afrique puisse vraiment se faire entendre et surtout que les besoins et aspirations de l'Afrique puissent être réalisés dans de meilleurs délais. Donc je me limite à là et je vous remercie.
Merci. Thank you so much, Odrago, for that wonderful contribution. Before I continue, I'd like to call Florence Kasule to the stage. She's not here yet? Okay. So I'll just continue. Lucky, building on what everyone has said, you lead a significant position in the Commonwealth forums. You were able to join us for the Climate Justice Torch. What were your lessons? What worked? What didn't work? What do you think going forward as we build towards COP28 to hold the leaders accountable, to hold the youth also accountable, because they also committed towards meaningful engagement and promoting the voices of those in their communities? What worked? What didn't work? What can we do?
All right, thank you, Eve, for that question. My name is Lokia Beng, as she has introduced me. Tunataka? 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 I thought you were going to say the second one, Sasa Hivi. I guess I have to teach a couple of us Swahili. Yes, so what worked? For last year, I want to say it's a very big privilege as well to be part of the Climate Justice Torch. What worked? I think everything worked, but there is also room for improvement. At COP27 in Sharm el-Sheikh, we had, as young people, we had the privilege to have an intergenerational dialogue with the Commonwealth Secretary General. And one of the issues also we discussed that I brought on the table as well was the innovativeness and the passion around how young people have been able to champion the Climate Justice Torch. For those who were at Sharm el-Sheikh, you would see that there was a very high-level presentation of the torch at the AFDB pavilion. We had young people also making a case of what they want. And I think the "what do you want" mantra, like we championed in the build-up to COP27, you would see that a lot of civil society organizations who had peaceful protests also adopted the "what do you want" mantra. So that's, for me, is a success. There are also areas of improvement, if you ask me. We only mentioned the media in passive, and we had young people who were also using their personal social media handles to amplify the Climate Justice Torch campaign. Media organizations, per se, felt left out in the conversation. Even in the video, the short clip we watched, we saw faith-based organization having a conference in Ghana. We saw different chapters of the PACJA DMPs having received the torch, but there was no media conversation around the torch, which is one area we could work with going to COP28. Also, what can we improve? there are a lot of spaces to improve now. We have implemented a bottom-top approach of the climate justice touch. It worked in every region of the continent. We now need to storm the global stage with our request for COP28. We have the World Bank meeting coming up in Morocco, I think, this year. There is UNGA coming up as well. These are spaces, new spaces where world leaders will be meeting to discuss as we build up to COP28 in Dubai, and a couple of other spaces. These are spaces we can also infiltrate with our messages of what we want, telling them to keep their promises, and I think also building from the momentum of what we have been able to do with the climate justice touch that we had in COP27. Yeah, so these are some of the spaces I feel we can also improve on our messaging and campaign going forward. And of course, we've listened to how the panelists here have mentioned that a couple of stakeholders have been left behind. I just added media as well. So these are some of the things I could highlight here. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Lucky. Lydia from Zambia, could you kindly please join me here? I think Lucky has the gift of foresight because he has preempted my next question, which is Lydia, before I continue. So I'll give her a minute to breathe. I'll come back to you. So like I was saying, Lucky preempted my next question, which is how then do we continue to map the spaces of influence secured for further influence? He's mentioned spaces like the UNGA, the World Bank meeting, which is coming up in Morocco. And the climate change processes are many. And Stephen, I'd like, aside from government, which you are able to successfully infiltrate and also share your perspectives with them, having mobilized the communities from bottom up, do you feel as though there are areas of influence that we as CSOs have missed out on? And how would you suggest we infiltrate or rather join efforts moving forward as we head to COP28?
All right, thank you, Eva. I think from what I shared earlier, before I go to that, I want to have a little disagreement with Lucky in terms of media engagement. Actually, I think to us in Nigeria, we had massive engagement with the media through the process. I think we can still build on that. And then I also talked earlier about the grassroots. You know, we were bringing the people from the grassroots, and like I said, so it is also important that these people at the grassroots also feel that we are doing this for them. So it is one area I want us to leverage on. You see, some of us also had the privilege to reach out through culture. And I think one of the most effective ways to pass messages across in Africa is through our cultures. So can we engage more cultural activities in our campaign? I think these are areas I think when we include going forward, we will do a little more than we have done in the past. Thank you.
Thank you, Stephen. I think learning or rather sharing a lot of indigenous knowledge can go a long way, having people understand what is happening in their own languages, within their own context and perspectives. Lydia, have you breathed? Can you answer the first question, please? Tell us what are the kind of things that you observed. The torch came physically to Zambia and you were able to present it to the chair of the Africa Group of Negotiators. What were the learnings from Zambia using the climate justice torch and the voices of the communities at the front line of the climate crisis?
Thank you. Just to add on, I think as my previous speaker was mentioning in terms of adding the culture aspect, From Zambia, we saw that working in terms of, we used a cultural group that was showcasing with the torch, doing the dances, but also we had also the musician also using the music space in terms of singing, and also we saw in terms of encompassing everyone, the children, the young people that were also part of the march. So that also kind of amplified the voices, amplified the messages that were across. And this made it also very now easier even to get also in terms of collaborating also with the ministry and reaching out to the AGN chair. So this is something that was a good platform in terms of using different approaches, but then still getting to one messaging.
Thank you so much, Lydia. Lucky, I'll come back to you before I go to Odrago. The spaces of influence, like you mentioned, are at a high level. How can youth be able to penetrate these spaces and ensure that their voices are not only heard, but they are also incorporated in policies, and ensure that they are not just written, they are practiced, and they are able to move forward to holding duty bearers accountable? What kind of engagement do they need? How do they access these spaces?
Yeah, thank you, Eve. Very interesting question. Young people are digitally savvy, and it will also interest you to know that before now, I think we're also downplaying the influence of young people in terms of having access to some of these high-level officials. One of the ways I think we've been able to, we've held a couple of online webinars, even as alumni of the summer school. And I'm very impressed with how the summer school has evolved in terms of having the contact and keeping access with high-level persons.
Could you mention any webinar that's top of mind that you took part in that was of that nature?
Yes, we had a webinar 3 months ago. It was also to look at, to critique some of the funding mechanism of even the AFDB. And interestingly, we had young people who were also part of the planning process for that webinar. We were able to bring representatives from the African Development Bank itself, and there were critical questions that were asked from that webinar. And it also generated a statement that was submitted at the sideline of one of the meetings that happened in Morocco as well, 3 months ago. So when we talk about the high-level meetings as one of the spaces to influence and how to go about it, these are some models we could replicate, webinars. But aside webinars, I mean, these countries, we have, interestingly, we have summer school alumni, young people who are domiciled in every country on the continent, having had 3 cohorts. We could prepare request, demands, statement as it is, and have them submit our request at some of these high-level meetings, because we're, like I said, we already have spaces and contact of some of these persons who will be at these meetings. Also, we could have the model of side events alongside these meetings that are happening, where our statement as well could be forwarded to them before even entering some of these meetings. So these are spaces and avenues or models we could adopt and amplify, even up to UNGA that will be happening in New York, and a couple of other spaces that we could identify here.
Thank you so much, Lucky. So the youth in the room, I hope you hear that. There is no space you cannot access. Believing in yourself, approaching these people, high level, be as it may. Webinars, Twitter spaces. LinkedIn also has platforms where you can conduct chats with people who are quote unquote out of reach, and in that way then you are able to provide your insights and have people listen to you beyond just casual conversation. Besides, you have to maintain those relationships where after the meeting, how then do you follow up? And how do you ensure that you don't lose touch with the people that you meet along the way in these, quote unquote, again, high-level meetings? Odrago, in Burkina Faso, which are the areas of influence that you are targeting, particularly in the road to COP28?
French, so you have to take your... Ok. Merci bien. Alors, je voudrais dire que, d'abord, par rapport à la première question, ce que nous avons fait en mobilisant la population pour la torche, nous avons mis l'accent sur la jeunesse. Et pratiquement 3/5 des participants étaient composés uniquement que des jeunes. Et la stratégie de mobilisation que nous avons utilisée, nous avons impliqué toutes les associations qui interviennent dans le domaine du changement climatique ou de l'environnement. Donc ce sont ces organisations qui ont mobilisé en tenant compte du genre et avec une part belle pour les jeunes. Donc ça, c'est vraiment un aspect important que je tenais à souligner. Mais par rapport aux espaces, il faut se dire qu'au cours de ces plaidoyers, nous essayons d'échanger avec les autorités au niveau régional et local, communal, pour que lors des cadres de concertation, ils puissent associer ces activistes climatiques-là. Donc, il y a des activistes climatiques qui participent au cadre de concertation au niveau local, mais également au niveau régional et même au niveau national. Donc ça, c'est un aspect important que nous avons pu pour impliquer les jeunes, faire impliquer, participer les jeunes lors de ces sessions-là, afin que ces sessions-là prennent en compte leurs besoins et aspirations. Et par rapport aux espaces, nous savons également qu'au niveau national et même régional, quand je prends l'Afrique de l'Ouest, il y a des événements qui sont prévus, et donc nous voulons saisir des opportunités pour faire entendre la voix de la justice climatique lors de ces événements clés-là. Donc il y a par exemple au niveau de notre pays des journées qui sont organisées et consacrées, et lors de ces journées-là, parallèlement, nous menons des activités pour influencer, pour qu'à chaque moment on puisse savoir que véritablement il y a l'aspect climatique qu'il faut prendre en compte. Ce que je dois souligner également, c'est que récemment, avant de venir ici, nous avons organisé dans le cadre du programme AACESI par exemple, une activité sur le récit climatique, et qui a fait intervenir plus d'une centaine de jeunes, des slameurs, et ces jeunes-là ont été amenés à l'Assemblée nationale pour échanger avec les députés. Et ils ont souhaité que nous puissions revenir également pour échanger avec les députés de façon spécifique par rapport à la prise en charge des lois. Donc, au cours de ces échanges, les jeunes seront associés. Donc, voilà des espaces que nous créons pour non seulement faire entendre la voix de la jeunesse, mais également profiter, former ces jeunes-là, afin que demain, ils puissent être vraiment des leaders éclairés sur les questions de changement climatique et qui vont vraiment assurer ce pourquoi nous sommes en train de lutter depuis toujours. Donc voilà ce que je peux dire. Merci.
Thank you so much, Odrago. Yes, the training of youth and allowing them in spaces, especially like you mentioned, legislation is a very key aspect, key area of influence, and we are happy that you are able to do that in Burkina Faso. If you popularize your events, then I'm sure people can plug in from wherever they are in the country, digitally or virtually, for that matter. I want to bring this session to a close with Lydia before I open it up to the floor for questions and comments. Which areas of influence, particularly in Zambia or in the South in general, do you feel have been left out or can be amplified more to ensure that duty bearers are held accountable towards the road to COP28 and generally?
Thank you. The other opportunity that is there for the young people is looking at also the positioning that Zambia has now in terms of being the chair for the African Group of Negotiators, and we understand there was a training earlier this year in March where the young people were trained as negotiators. So this is also the space that we could also utilize with those trained young people in the negotiations. Of course, we know they are not carrying the official negotiations, but then they have the skills in terms of getting in the space, and this is something that we could also utilize in terms of mobilizing these young people that have already gotten in the space of negotiations, and also amplify with so many messages that will come across the region, not just Southern Africa, but also looking at the continent as a whole. So this is the space, and using the Zambia Pakja platform, I think we have that platform of engaging with the chair of the African Group of Negotiators.
All right, thank you so much, Lydia, for that short and sweet message. So I'd like to open up the floor for any questions and comment for my panel. Dr. Prof. Shaddad, Chimambo, and you, sir. Okay. Yes, someone is giving you a mic.
Thank you very much, and presenters, thank you very much. It's really beautiful to know the amount of the campaign that's happened and the amount of work that's been done by the youth and by the other members of PACCHA and others. But there is a tool you measure a campaign, okay? But if you want to look at it at a simple level, guys, first of all, what was the objective of the campaign? And then you use the tool to measure. Let's take step one. Influencing and creating awareness at ground level, at national level. Influencing at, this is the second level, at the decision-making, government and Africa head of state and so on. And the third level, because it directed towards COP27, the third level that you should look at, have we been influencing the negotiation in COP27 or not? Okay? If you can make this, then you can assess if the whole campaign, how successful, what are the lessons. I think in terms of in my opinion, in terms of the ground level, it's been very good. Okay? At the other levels, I was in Sharm el-Sheikh, yes, in a wheelchair, but from what I have seen, okay, I think we need to think more of how to influence the negotiation, because on the basis of this negotiation, Africa will suffer. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. That professor is a scientist, so he has spoken from the scientific side of things. Me, as you know, I'm a peasant farmer, so I'll contextualize it from our angle as an African. You know, we Africans, we are contextual people. I'll give you an example. If you want to come and marry my daughter, you come with a BMW, e-phone, what do you call these e-phones, and says, I want to marry your daughter. I say, no. Whose grandson are you? Whose grandfather? What clan are you? What do I want to know? Where you are starting from. So that even in future, I know the direction where. Well, his grandfather had a lot of cattle, you know, so I know even this one we can have cattle. That is very important. Extremely important. Especially what I'm hearing at this COP. Our positions, my daughter, we have receded. They pushed us back from what we started in even Bali. These fellows, they pushed us way back. In the document, it says, Africa, we are talking climate justice. The starting point is that we did not cause these things that are happening to us. Even in the treaty, the document, it says Africa's special circumstances, which means that we are not part of this, but we are suffering. That is where we should start. Your grandmother, I was giving, you remember yesterday, the lady from the bank, the new, she said she started a job in Mozambique. And in Mozambique, you know, 2000, we had that lady giving birth in a tree. Why? Floods, which was not caused by her. There are more floods, more trees, more women now suffering that consequences. That is where we should start. You are saying UNGA. What are you going to take to UNGA? Please, when you go into these things, know where you are coming from. Exactly what the professor said. So that we are moving forward. Now I'll give you an example. All along, we said Africa, our emphasis is on adaptation. Meaning that our lives have been disturbed. How do we adapt to the impact of climate change? That's been our mantra. And we also said, because they are the ones who cause this, therefore, they should fund us, fund the activities. And we said the adaptation fund and the mitigation fund. But what has happened? And we all notice it. I know that is why when we're taking that thing in the torch to that man in Libreville, I refuse to give him because he is the one who has caused this thing and we're giving him a torch. Anyway, so what has happened now is that they are supposed to fund our adaptation, but they introduced national intended it is for us NDCs to be part of the mitigation when we didn't do anything to it. And you heard, we were here. What have they done? They put Article 6 in the treaty, Paris Treaty. If you see those .4, whatever, you know what it is saying? Now it is here, and our president is talking about it. You are going to sell your carbon, your trees from the carbon, and do what? The money you make from there, you pay for your national adaptation. You see how they cheated us, how they tricked us. I hope you're understanding, you young people, what I'm talking about. This thing is knowledge intensive. You need to be smart to understand. Otherwise, I told you in Sharm el-Sheikh, why are they only funding African youth? Where are the Asian youth? Where's European youth? Climate change is global. No, they picked you up because they are processing you and formatting you so that they can now use you. Be careful. This is dangerous. It's about dying. And the capacity for us to die is high. We can have 3 months of rain over Nairobi. Can our people in Kibera survive? This thing is serious. That European woman yesterday said, green bond, green bond. What green bond? Is it going to save your mother in Kibera? Green bond. And we are jumping all over the place. Green bond. At the bottom of it, this climate change, our chances as Africans to die from it is very high. That must be our starting point. You have gone to their schools. There's no excuse. It's no longer slavery. Well, you know, the people who said our people didn't go to school. You guys, you have gone to school. You have gone to their schools. You can think. You can't be cheated anymore. So please, get back to the thing. Like Professor is saying. Map out where are you going? What achievements are you doing? Where they are cheating you? Yeah. Don't just jump into these things. As I said, don't think like Mzungu. Think like an African. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, I can also speak. Okay. Thank you for the opportunity. I'll be just very brief and just perhaps just a question, of course, to the panelists.
Mine is that, of course, the road to COP28. I want just to hear from the panelists, what challenges have you encountered over the period? Now we are heading to COP28. What learning or actually best practice you had it over this period before we head to COP28, so that we need to improve what we have actually, the challenges we faced in the previous, as now this is taking stocks and gaining, trying to count gains from the past COP28 before we head to 28. So we went on the challenges and best practice and how we are going to improve the challenges we encountered during that period to the roadmap to COP28. Thank you.
Je vais m'exprimer en français, donc si vous pouvez porter vos casques s'il vous plaît. Ok, donc merci beaucoup pour cette initiative de revue de la campagne Torche. C'est vraiment professionnel ce que PACJA a fait. Et ça nous permet aussi vraiment de corriger des défaillances et d'avancer. Moi, j'ai participé effectivement à beaucoup de torches et j'ai vu que c'était une très belle initiative et quelque chose qui a beaucoup marché. Cependant, si nous devons aller vers une autre campagne, ce que nous allons demander, c'est qu'on donne plus de temps aux pays de se préparer pour donner une dimension nationale à la chose. Ça pourrait faire que les régions, les départements, tout le monde est informé, le pays se prépare bien et organise mieux sa marche pour avoir plus de réussite. Aussi, je pense qu'au-delà de la torche, certains peut-être ont dit la chose autrement, il faut avoir une position de PACJA, une déclaration à remettre officiellement aux autorités. Ça laisse des traces pour savoir. C'est vrai que sur les images, sur les pancartes, il y a beaucoup de messages. Mais un document officiel aussi écrit dans la langue du pays et qui est aussi largement partagé, après ça peut donner plus d'impact, notamment dans l'influence des politiques et puis des autorités locales et tout ça. La dernière chose que j'allais dire, c'est que je sais qu'on ne peut pas toucher tout le monde, mais il faut, si c'est à refaire, essayer de toucher aussi aux pays qui n'ont pas été touchés par la campagne, parce que les populations à la base nous demandent aussi, on a vu la marche là-bas, pourquoi pas chez nous? Donc pensons, c'est vrai, c'est pas facile, hein? PACJA a fait de très gros efforts, mais continuons à mobiliser et à aller là où on n'est pas encore allé. Je vous remercie très sincèrement.
Thank you. Yes.
Ok, merci. Moi, je vais parler aussi en français. Donc, je voudrais remercier les intervenants pour vraiment les exposer. Nous avons compris beaucoup de choses. Et cela étant dit, peut-être moi, je vais un peu partager ce que nous faisons au Mali. Donc, en termes de campagne aussi, même si ce n'est pas la même chose que mon frère du Burkina. Et d'abord, nous avons compris, dans la plupart de nos pays, et souvent on se plaint pour des choses. Donc, quand on voit les documents politiques du pays ou même les stratégies de développement, on voit que ces éléments-là ne sont pas pris en compte. Et au niveau du Mali, nous travaillons avec mon directeur qui vient de parler, donc pour vraiment faire des plaidoiries auprès du gouvernement pour que tout ce que nous voulons comme société civile, ces éléments puissent être pris en compte dans les stratégies et les politiques de développement. Notamment, il y a un élément qui est oublié quand on parle de changement climatique et les impacts, et c'est surtout les droits des enfants. Nous, on a compris que dans beaucoup de forats, c'est un élément qui n'est pas discuté, alors que c'est très important. Tout ce que nous disons aujourd'hui, c'est parce que les générations qui sont passées avant n'ont pas réfléchi sur les impacts que les changements climatiques peuvent avoir sur nos générations, et c'est pourquoi nous sommes à ce niveau. Donc nous pensons que c'est important d'intégrer aussi les besoins des enfants et dans les débats, dans les différents débats, notamment l'impact des changements climatiques sur les enfants. Et ça, c'est le premier aspect. L'autre aspect, on a parlé des CDN, donc, et les questions d'adaptation. Quand on prend le Mali, c'est un pays, oui, je vais parler vite, mais ce que j'ai dit aussi, c'est intéressant parce qu'on n'a pas l'opportunité de parler tous les jours avec tous ces pays. Donc, donnez-moi quelques minutes et je vais faire la synthèse. Donc, et au niveau des CDN, effectivement, le Mali aussi a sa contribution déterminée au niveau national. Mais nous sommes dans la deuxième génération des CDN. On a vu qu'il y a beaucoup d'insuffisance aussi parce que là, les besoins des jeunes n'ont pas été effectivement pris en compte. Et parce qu'au moment des consultations, souvent les zones sont exclues. Quand on voit la liste des structures invitées, on voit qu'il y a peu de structures de jeunes. Et on appelle souvent le Conseil national de la jeunesse qui est la fêtière des jeunes. Alors que dans ces conseils, souvent, il n'y a pas de gens qui s'intéressent aux questions climatiques. Les organisations qui se battent pour les questions climatiques sont la plupart des organisations de la société civile et qui ne sont pas impliquées dans les concertations pour vraiment l'élaboration des CDN. L'autre aspect, c'est la budgétisation. Non, on pense que c'est important aussi de plaider auprès de nos pays pour qu'ils puissent augmenter les budgets alloués aux questions des changements climatiques. Quand moi je prends mon pays, les départements qui s'occupent des changements climatiques n'ont même pas 1% du budget national. Donc imaginez, avec 0,6% du budget national, est-ce qu'on peut faire des activités d'ampleur qui vont vraiment impacter l'avenir des enfants? Moi je pense que c'est très compliqué et c'est important de faire des plaidoyers pour la budgétisation sensible au changement climatique. L'autre aspect, ça c'est l'adaptation. Et quand on prend un pays comme le Mali, les populations se déplacent parce qu'il y a la crise. Lorsqu'on amène un projet d'adaptation dans une communauté, alors que ces populations se déplacent à l'issue des crises, ils vont venir mettre la pression sur d'autres communautés. Donc on voit que chaque fois qu'on fournit l'effort, les efforts là vont en vain parce qu'il n'y a pas de pérennité, parce que les gens sont en insécurité. Donc c'est important de lier la question de sécurité aussi aux questions d'adaptation, parce que c'est des choses qui vont de pair. On ne peut pas adapter des communautés qui sont en insécurité. Et la plupart des pays du Sahel sont dans des situations d'insécurité. Merci.
Kindly, and then the chairperson will be the last person before the panel continues.
Young people, viva! Young people, viva! Okay, I don't have to explain, to just give my name. You can see the color of my skin. You understand that I'm from Africa. We as young Africans, if person X, who is 80 years old, promise you something which they are going to give you in 20 years, in 20 years times, and someone who is 30 years promise you something which they are going to give in 30 years, who can you believe? Who can you believe? You will believe someone who is 30 years. Indeed. Are you together? You are going to believe someone who is 30 years because the chances of them being there at 60 years are high. Okay? So, we as young African youths, we are supposed to come together and form that big group that we are going to advocate about climate change, because we are likely to suffer a lot. Because we are young, and we are supposed to even to influence our governments, our local government here, so that they can give us finances. Because like where I come from, Dharakanidi County, you find that even our goats are aborting because of the lays of sons. So let us advocate this thing, and let us do it only because we are going to be in this ad for a long time, and that's my take. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Last. Excuse me.
Ok, merci beaucoup. Donc, je voudrais dire que l'initiative de cette campagne de torche est une très belle initiative, aussi bien pour mobiliser la population, pour sensibiliser la population, mais aussi pour influencer les leaders, c'est-à-dire les dirigeants, que ce soit locaux ou nationaux, les décideurs politiques. Mais je crois qu'on a besoin, après cette première initiative, on a besoin de faire une évaluation. Quels sont les points qui ont bien marché? Quels sont les points qui sont négatifs? Quels étaient les impacts sur la population et sur les décideurs de cette campagne? On a besoin de faire cette évaluation pour pouvoir améliorer dans le futur. Donc, je crois que cette occasion est une occasion pour évaluer, pour prendre plus d'initiatives, pour mieux focaliser peut-être. Est-ce qu'il faut focaliser sur le plaidoyer ou bien sur la sensibilisation de la population? où est-ce qu'on est, où est-ce qu'on veut, où est-ce qu'on veut aboutir, où est-ce qu'on veut aller avec cette campagne. Je crois qu'on a besoin de faire c'est une très belle initiative, mais il faut l'évaluer bien pour pouvoir améliorer dans le futur. Merci.
All right, thank you so much. Useful comments for each and every one of the people who have spoken. I'm going to allow my panel to pick the comments and the questions that they feel are endowed well to respond to. Kindly take less than 2 minutes before we wind up this and delve into the next session. I just want to respond to one of the comments, or maybe a few of the comments that are talked about how do we assess what we were able to achieve, what were we able to achieve, and how we move forward. When we began, we talked about what worked well and what didn't work well. We also published a report for the Climate Justice Torch, which is available on the Pan-African Climate Justice website, which is a comprehensive report that indicates the numbers, the spaces we were able to influence, the countries that were able to participate, and those that were able to participate physically and virtually. The numbers don't lie, and despite the fact that there were countries that missed out on maybe a showcase, does not minimize the fact that they were also part of the Climate Justice Torch campaign. So moving forward, I would like my panel to just expound on what the third guy talked about. He didn't introduce himself. What are the key challenges that you have experienced thus far in the campaigns or in the actions that you are currently undertaking in your respective organizations in the road to COP28, and what do you intend to do about it? Because there are challenges, but again, the solutions also lie with us. So what are you currently doing? And also, are there any last words so that I don't come again round to you when you speak? Thank you. Sorry, Lucky, you can start.
Okay, thank you. And I think I appreciate the comments and also the questions and guidance we have also received from the audience. For the assessment, I think that's one of the reasons why we're here on this panel, and you have given some background as well. For the assessment, a lot of things worked well, and we have established here that there is need for even deeper stakeholders to be part of the conversation, media, which I still stand with. In terms of media, who are also very critical stakeholders, it goes beyond planning the campaign and then inviting the media to be part of it. Rather than having the media in itself running with the campaign, be interested to even have an engagement or a conversation without being invited, which is very key. I think I was coming in one of the days here, I was impressed. A radio station was having a conversation about the carbon market, which has been one of the key issues, even from the CCDA up to the Climate Week. So these are some spaces where the media can be independent enough to even have interest in running the conversation themselves. For challenges, of course, you know the bureaucratic nature of even trying to get some key stakeholders. And I think the Climate Justice Torch campaign had made a statement, and I see that some of these bottlenecks are now being removed. The Keep Your Promise campaign that is now coming up, we can build on some of the successes that we've seen from the campaign that has already eased some of the bureaucratic processes you will see in even having some of the stakeholders like government being part of the conversation and also the movement. Best practices, we have seen how effective young people can be, and this is a practice that can be enhanced and improved. As a young person, I think I made a statement saying young people now also need to move even from advocacy to core implementation. So this is where we now call for deliberate investment on young people, and Dr. Chimambo, our peasant farmer, have been very strong on that as well. So there's now need to move to investment, and we have a best practice template that could also be borrowed from the summer school. We already have an amazing process that is working. And let me also use the opportunity to invite as many that will be free to our side event today. Summer school alumni will be having a side event. Innovativeness coming out of the panel session kind of conversation and showcasing the geniuses of young people in calling for duty bearers, calling the duty bearers accountable. And also these are some of the best practices and assessment and I can share. Thank you very much for your comment and questions.
Thank you. Proactivity is your portion as young people, so yes. Lydia.
Yes, thank you. And just to add in terms of what worked, and I think we appreciate also the comments in terms of what is it that we can build on. I think when we look at the campaign itself and the road to COP28 now, it's a process, and we need to keep the momentum, and I think that has been also one of the lessons learned in terms of how do we keep the momentum. It shouldn't be seen like a one-off process when we're towards the dates for the COPs, but then at country level, how do we keep the momentum? It's a road that we need to be moving on every day until we get to the COP. So it should be a deliberate momentum that shouldn't be lost. We need to be lighting up with the messages every day at whatever form. And currently we are planning at country level, how do we get to this road to COP28 at a very local level, where we are engaging at district level and then getting messages that are coming there until we have a common messaging at country level, and that's what we present to the government officials as a build-up in terms of activities. And just to add on what he mentioned in terms of the young people now showcasing what they're involved in. I was looking forward even in here to hear what are some of the innovations that the young people have in different spaces, so that we are not just talking but saying we have this innovation, we have this, I'm already doing this, how do we learn from this, or how do we expand this? We need to have young people that are in the energy sector having innovations and saying this is what we've come up with, in the agriculture sector, in the transport sector. So we just need to bring also the practicality to these campaigns. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Lydia. I can see Stephen is already nodding, so add on to that.
All right, thank you. Thank you all for your comment and the question. In the past days, I found myself sleeping, waking up, having lunch, and jumping into buses with a group of special persons in Pakja that tag themselves dinosaurs. And that has already beginning to influence me so much. I stay very closely with Chimambo, so the next time you hear me start my statement with I'm a peasant farmer, get ready. So you see, before we leave this panel, we must establish something. The Climate Justice Touch campaign, was it a success? Do I get your response? Yes, it was. Because our target, our messages were specific. Unfortunately, our videos was not, that of Nigeria was not part of what was displayed. You could hear our minister. When we came, what was the demand? Here are things we want to hear when we get to the COP. The issue of finance, the issue of adaptation, the issue of loss and damage should be a major discussion. I want you to know that if the Climate Justice Touch campaign was not held, there is every possibility for African leaders.
Please hold. Use mic, please.
All right. There is every possibility for African leaders to have gone to the COP and not be focused on those things we projected. Those things are the COP. If you want to clap, you can clap. Pakja is always leading this front. And you could hear our minister said we have received your message, and this is exactly what we are carrying to the COP. And you will agree with me that if there is any success that was celebrated at the COP, was the fact that the issue of loss and damage was discussed and was the major discussion. So even if we've not gotten what exactly we wanted, but at least there was a step forward. Now, I want us to also know that going to COP28, already, you see that the messages are already focused. Like you can see on our flyers, keep the promise. And of course, as a Nigerian that I am, already I'm designing one of my placards already to say, stop shifting the posts. This is what always happens. By the time we are about to hold on to a particular point, these guys come and shift the posts, bringing on another discussion. I can't wait to hit the streets with keep the promise. Thank you.
Very passionate comments from you, Stephen Abu, but you're absolutely right. And as we continue, I know this is going to just be as a successful campaign as the Climate Justice Torch. Odrago. Yes.
Please use the
There
mic.
will be a technical session for that. Kindly, Dr. Shaddad. Prof.
Wrong information should be corrected.
That's true.
Okay?
Yes.
People should understand the true story of loss and damage. How was it we lost it in Paris because of a decision of no historical responsibility? Even it was not in the agenda, it was pushed, and we begged the president of Sharm el-Sheikh he has the right to introduce some agenda. The powers were not allowing it. Okay? And when it came, it's now ending up as premiums. You have to pay your country 400 million yearly premium from people's food. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Prof. Shaddad. Odrago, kindly, in just a few minutes.
D'accord. Merci. Je pense que je n'ai pas grand-chose à ajouter par rapport à ce que mes collègues ont dit. C'est de remercier vraiment les conseils qu'on nous a prodigués. Et par rapport aux défis auxquels nous pouvons faire face, premièrement, moi je pense que le premier défi que nous devons tous relever, c'est le défi de la mobilisation des finances. Parce que sans finances, on ne peut pas faire grand-chose. Donc, collectivement, au plan africain, nous devons soutenir PADIA pour mobiliser plus de ressources afin que nous puissions réaliser des activités au fin fond de l'Afrique. Ça, c'est le premier défi. Le deuxième défi, et je pense que le temps a été donné, et moi je suis très fier, je le sais aussi que vous en êtes, de voir notre leader, Dr Mitika, prononcer le discours de la société civile africaine lors du sommet. Et moi, je voudrais vous demander d'applaudir PADIA pour cela. Alors, en lien avec cela, comment est-ce que le leadership de PADIA au niveau continental peut être traduit au niveau local, au niveau national? Ça, c'est pour moi un défi que nous devons relever dans tous nos pays. Faire en sorte que nous parlions d'une même voix au niveau national, parce que avant les COP, il y a beaucoup d'activités qui se mènent au niveau national, mais nous devons travailler à ce que le leadership de PADIA soit imprimé au niveau pays. Ça, c'est un aspect important. Et je voudrais dire aussi, en lien avec ce que mon grand frère Ahmed Sikou a dit, effectivement, il y a beaucoup de choses à faire. Et la recommandation que je voudrais faire aussi, qui est pratiquement un défi pour chaque pays, il y a beaucoup d'activités qu'on peut réaliser pendant les campagnes. Vous pouvez faire une conférence de presse, une marche climatique, vous pouvez faire des activités de plaidoyer, des activités sportives, des activités médiatiques, vous pouvez faire beaucoup de choses. Donc, chacun à son niveau peut essayer de voir en fonction de ses capacités et surtout en fonction du contexte de son pays, quelle activité on peut réaliser à moindre coût, mais avec un grand impact. C'est ça qui est important. Ce que nous devons faire beaucoup de bruit avant la COP pour pouvoir atteindre la COP avec une voix africaine sûre et surtout efficace. Donc c'est ce sur quoi moi je voudrais terminer en disant merci et en priant Dieu que nous puissions vraiment nous retrouver à la COP avec un message fort qui serait entendu par les décideurs du monde. Je vous remercie.
Wonderful. Thank you so much, Odrago from Burkina Faso. And now I'd like for you to clap for my panel. Hold on. There is an old-fashioned way of clapping in Kenya. All of us know it, the young, the old, and in the spirit of inclusiveness, this is what we are going to do. So I'm going to just, everyone knows it. So you just clap 3 times. And then when I say funga, and then fungua, and then you stop. Is that okay? So guys, stand. All right, so in 3, 2, 1. Again. Funga, fungua. Thank you so much. Kindly take your seats. I would like now to invite the next session moderator, Mr. Duncan Omwami, to address the issues that came from the floor of timelines, budgets, and what next from the Climate Justice Torch campaign. Where do we move from here? Thank you very much. I've been your moderator. My name is Evelyn Wandaka. Thank you.
Good morning once again. I want to hope that everyone has got to be part of this campaign. Probably in my traditional way, I usually fear sessions that are being moderated by ladies. And for that reason, let's give our previous moderator a clap. Hi. Thank you, Eve, for such a wonderful moderation of the rest. We call it the retrospective of the Climate Justice Torch that we had in 2022 from mid-August until to COP28 in November. That was interesting. And maybe a quick one, without not wasting a lot of time because of the interest of the African time, is the climate torch that we did was a very successful session that campaign that was done in 2022 that went virally through physical movement from one country to another. A total of around 12 countries were visited through the climate torch. It went virtually by connecting through the social media platforms, and equally it yielded to a very beautiful climate song that we're proud of until today by David Jesse. I hope you can see. Have you heard of the song? How many have heard of the song? I hope you can see. Very few people. Maybe in the videos that will be coming, it will be repeated. So at the interest of this time, this is not my session. I want to request the comms team to invite me, the next presenter, in a very special way, as I usually do. The comms team, it is your time. Jennifer Nkurusinza, you can come for the next presentation.
Thank you so much, Duncan. This was a very special way of inviting me. But before I delve deep in the reason why I'm here, which is to give you a brief overview of the Keep the Promise campaign, I want us to just do a simple exercise. When I say keep the promise, you say climate justice. When I say climate justice, you say keep the promise. 1, 2, keep the promise. I want you to be louder. Keep the promise. Climate justice. Keep the promise. Thank you so much. I'd like to kindly ask David to project Keep Your Promise campaign. Now, I will be very brief about this overview because we have much more time to delve deep into details during the whole day. But, talking about the context of this Keep Your Promise campaign, you know that, first of all, there is the global climate crisis and the African vulnerability. Today, the world is facing a critical and escalating climate crisis. And Africa is bearing the brunt of these impacts. And we know very well that Mozambique and recently Malawi was the living proof of how the climate crisis is really causing havoc on our people. We also have this year's global stocktake at COP28, which is really a milestone in the international climate change agenda. And this is actually a process under the Paris agreements that, evaluate how the countries are, implementing their indices, the effectiveness of their climate actions, their contributions, and their commitments. And this is actually an opportunity for a structured dialogue to advance for greater accountability for climate action by the stakeholders and the countries. And we all know that this year's theme of our advocacy strategy is accountability. I'm going also to talk about the urgency for climate actions. You know that delayed action will just exacerbate the climate crisis. And the scientific community, including the findings of the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change, has underscored so many times the pressing need for immediate action, not tomorrow, not after tomorrow, but now. Now, I'm going to talk about the objectives, the overall objective of this campaign, Keep the Promise campaign. The overall objective is to enhance effectiveness of climate response measures in Africa by securing greater leadership of African leaders and accountability by leaders in the global north. We want to ensure that African leaders are leading in driving climate action on the African continent. This means implementing locally led actions that are not only transparent, but that are also sustainable and in a way that is responsive to the uniqueness of the challenges faced by the African continent. But it's also to hold, to push for accountability by developed countries for their climate commitments and contribution to the climate crisis. By securing greater leadership from African leaders and accountability from global North leaders, the goal is also to foster equitable, impactful climate responses that addresses Africa's vulnerabilities and contribute to a more sustainable global climate future. Now, going through the specific objectives. Number one is to, please kindly, next slide, strengthening accountability, commitment and action by African states and government towards implementing climate just development paradigms, including NDCs, to contribute to the global stocktake by enriching greater citizens' participation in the GST processes. Number three is to, next, to compel parties to Paris Agreement to take greater responsibility by clearly pointing out accountability lapses that are apparent to their practices, as I said before, to both African countries and developed countries' investment priorities in Africa. Number four is to provoke greater accountability commitment by northern countries and other emerging polluters in cutting down on their emission, scaling the climate financing commitments, and implementing cooperation agreements that are climate just. And last but not least, galvanize efforts of non-state actors in pursuing an environment free from corporate violations of environmental rights and devoid of forced solution. As I said, the overarching objectives of this campaign is just to bolster climate accountability and just development paradigms in Africa. It also seeks to achieve this by ensuring African states and governments are committed to implementing climate just policies, including especially also their indices. Additionally, this campaign aims to enhance the global stocktake processes. You know, as I said, at COP28, there will be gonna be this process, the global stocktake. And it's also to push, you know, citizen participation, you know, holding parties to the Paris Agreement accountable for their practices and investment in priorities in Africa. It also endeavors to compel northern countries and emerging polluters to take greater accountability in emission reduction, which is the core of our messages in this campaign. Climate financing, honoring the climate pledges, the $100 billion, and equitable cooperation agreements. It also strives to mobilize non-state actors, as we have started during the African Climate Summit, to create an environmentally just landscape. We will dive deep into this subject, free from corporate environmental rights violations and for solution. And now this campaign has allowed me to just talk briefly about this campaign's axis, which is first the global stocktake. I'm not going to repeat because I've already discussed about the opportunities that the global stocktake for a structured dialogue to advance greater accountability, but it also envisions a broader approach to the stock that encompasses actions that enhance accountability for climate action, even those not necessarily envisioned under the UNFCCC mechanism. We also have this just transition. And this axis of the campaign addresses the conundrum of just transitions, which, you know, often pushes for greater exploration and extraction of transitional minerals, you know, in our countries, while justifying various investments in the African continent. It also emphasizes the importance of ensuring climate funding reaches frontline communities and highlights the need for equitable economic transition in Africa. Last, the corporate climate atrocities, corporate accountability for climate impacts. This axis now focuses on the various climate atrocities committed by the North and multinational corporations across Africa. These actions expose communities at the front line for greater vulnerabilities and impacts of this climate change. The campaigns now aims to take a corrective action and advocate for mutual accountability in dealing with corporate contribution to climate change. Now, for the carbon credits, we say no to false solutions, which will be also at the core of our messages. And allow me now to leave it here because we have much more time to delve deeper, talk about the partnership, the mobilization, the core messages, how we're going to frame our messages into the context of our countries. Allow me, before we officially launch the campaign, Keep the Promise, keep the promise. Climate justice. Keep the promise. Now we require 100% attention, and if Charles is in the room, Charles, the head of programs at PACTE, I'll invite him to the podium to now, after the video that will announce the official launch of the campaign, to come here and officially launch the campaign after the video. Charles Mwangi, kindly. Yes. you have questions. We will have time to delve deeper. Okay, but allow me to first launch the campaign and then we delve deeper in the No. Yes, yes, we'll understand. Yes. That's why we have allocated much time to delve deep into details and allow us. Okay, all right. Okay. Yes. Okay. Okay, let me just write down the question and then we'll delve deeper into the sessions that are coming next.
I will make only, I will leave my long question, I will make 2 questions.
Okay.
Who promised you? I know the developed country never promise anything, even whatever they promise they didn't do. So what are you promising? What promise you're seeking? This is number 1.
Okay.
Number 2, I have 10, but I will limit myself to 2. Please cross NDCs, a right adaptation. Okay?
Okay. Yes.
Thank you. I will stop here.
Okay, thank you so much. Please, these are very, very critical questions. I want you to clap for Shaddad, please. But I know we have much, much more time. Actually, in the next sessions, we are going to delve deeper and we will have the time to ask for all the questions that we have. Now, I'll require your 100% attention for this video that will announce the launch of the campaign. Please, Charles, now. After the video, you can launch officially the campaign, the Keep the Promise campaign. David, kindly start the video and 100%.
Africa, cradle of life, a continent of breathtaking beauty, home to unparalleled beauty and untamed wilderness. But beneath this beauty, an ominous threat looms. Africa faces an existential crisis. Soaring temperatures, relentless droughts, and punishing storms wreak havoc on our people. The climate catastrophe is ravaging our land, our people, and our future. The numbers don't lie. Africa bears the brunt of climate change, and the toll is staggering. But we, the youth of Africa, we refuse to be silenced. We rise as champions of change, demanding accountability. We aren't just survivors. We are architects of hope, innovators, adapters, and builders of a resilient future. Our leaders have spoken. The world has pledged. Now they must act. Promises must turn into tangible solutions. We are the voice of Africa's future. We stand united, demanding accountability because our very existence hangs in the balance. Join us, share our stories, be a beacon of change. Together we will hold the world accountable. Together we will script a new narrative. Africa's legacy will be one of resilience, courage, and unwavering accountability.
Now, Charles, I invite you to launch officially the campaign. Thank you so much. David, I'll kindly ask to replay the video after Charles' speech. Thank you so much.
What do you want? What do you want? Hey guys, can you start up a bit? Debu Silva prayer.
Today we're going to do it in French. We've spoken too much English here. Okay? So, justice climatique. Hey, young people, how many of you are below 35? My heart is up, but I'm, of course, above 35. You see, majority of you, eh? Okay, so I want to hear that strength. Okay? Justice climatique. Justice climatique. And then you are going to jump a little bit, okay? Are we together? And then we continue moving and moving, okay? Justice climatique. Justice climatique. Hey, you guys are still, you know, on the floor. I want to see you high up in the air. Justice climatique. Justice climatique. Justice climatique. Thank you. I'll present you with an invoice for teaching you French. You may take your seat. I was very, very hesitant to take the floor today because this campaign is actually being read by our youth, our African youth. And just like we had the Africa, of course, climate justice torch that went viral, and as you can see, or as you saw, you know, on the video that was actually presented earlier, you know, we were able really to take the whole continent, you know, by storm. And I invite you to clap for yourselves for what you did last year. And that campaign never went in vain, because one of the critical issues that we were pushing for, and that is establishment of a loss and damage facility, was finally established, you know, in Egypt. And we can actually claim, you know, that particular success. We can attribute that to actually the kind of work we did in terms of pushing and making sure that we are really talking to our partners, you know, the government, you know, the duty bearers, to ensure that they actually, you know, honor, you know, that particular desire and the need and a call from the civil society from Africa. Now this year, like it has been indicated, you know, we now want to track. We want to track all the promises. And I remember, I know our dinosaur here, you know, Chimambo and Professor Shaddad are guiding us in terms of really how we need to move. But the reality of the matter is there are so many things that have been promised. The 100 billion was promised to us a long time ago. We haven't seen that money. Of course, now we have the loss and damage facility, but we have not seen money getting into that particular kitty. You know, we are now actually moving to conclusion of what I would call the first GST, Global Stocktake. In fact, COP28 is actually COP of accountability. And therefore, we are holding duty bearers accountable. One, the governments from the north. They promised to double adaptation finance. Of course, they also promised, of course, the 100 billion, like I did indicate. But again, our leaders, you saw them in Nairobi yesterday, and congratulations, ladies and gentlemen. Because of what you did, that summit was successful. And we were able to claim our space. Can you clap for yourselves? We were represented in the opening ceremony, and we were represented in the closing ceremony. And maybe it might interest you to know that most of the statements that were read were actually coordinated. You know, from here, you actually coordinated that as PACJA. Let's clap for ourselves again. And that is through what we call the non-state actors, you know, coordination committee. So in other words, you influenced to the highest levels. And that is what PACJA is all about. That is why nobody can dismiss this movement. It is a movement that is unstoppable. And therefore, ladies and gentlemen, we really want to launch yet another campaign, perhaps even greater and bigger than what we had last year, because we must take stock of what has been achieved, and most importantly, what has not been achieved, because that is what we need to check and actually push so that we can make sure that leaders really honor their promise, you know, to serve the people and to avail whatever they have promised to avail. So therefore, ladies and gentlemen, I want to take this opportunity to invite my panel that is going to speak to us, even as we launch this particular campaign. And I'm not the one to declare this campaign launched. Why? Because in our presence, we have the chair of the PACJA board. And that is none other than Dr. Najwa Borawi, all the way from Tunisia. And I want to invite you, Daktari, to come to the floor. Kindly come to the floor. But we cannot do this alone, ladies and gentlemen. We have partners whom we work with. And I want to take this opportunity to recognize, of course, the presence of Dr. Ezekiel Resmo, Reverend Dr. Ezekiel Resmo. Please come forward. You can see that far end. Let's clap for His Excellency. And I want to greet him, to get the anointing that he got yesterday. He hugged the president. Let's clap for him. So, Reverend Dr. Ezekiel Resmo is actually the director of programs at the All African Conference of Churches. He was coordinating, the faith cluster within the non-state actors steering committee. He is our close ally, but also a very, very knowledgeable gentleman. I do really, really respect him for that. Now, we have other partners who are together with us here this day, and I therefore want to invite Moya Gideon. Let's clap for him as he takes the floor. And Moya is representing Anne Maina from the who is the National Coordinator of Biodiversity and Biosafety Network of Kenya. Let's clap for him as he takes his seat. And I also want to invite, ladies and gentlemen, a gentleman by the name Samson Oraro, who is the head of programs at Action Aid. Mr. Oraro, if you're here, thank you. Let's clap for him. I also want to invite, ladies and gentlemen, Pauline Butimaro. Pauline from Botswana, is she here? Thank you. Let's clap for her. All right, and then of course we have Venta Mogera, who is a communication and advocacy coordinator, Africa Biodiversity Network. Mogera. Let's clap for her. Very good, and I know I have enough seats for all of them. Thank you so very much. So, oh. Apologies for that. All right, thank you so much. For those of you who are Christians, the Bible says there's a friend who sticks closer than a brother. And therefore, we have our colleagues with us here today who are going to start with us in solidarity as we launch this campaign. Because this is not a picture campaign. It is Africa Civil Society campaign. And therefore, just like we did with the torch, we are going to have everybody on board. And therefore, we are going to hear solidarity statements, from my panel today. But to start us off, and to declare this campaign, officially launched, I want to invite our chair, Dr. Najo Borawi, to officially launch this particular campaign so that we can have a solidarity statement from the rest of our colleagues. So welcome, Doc, you can come here.
Bonjour tout le monde. Vous êtes les bienvenus à la réunion pour la campagne de PACJA, la campagne Torche. C'est une campagne qui a eu beaucoup de succès l'année dernière. Ça a été lancé l'année dernière. Elle a eu beaucoup de succès, beaucoup de points positifs, peut-être parfois quelques points négatifs qu'il faut améliorer. Mais je crois que c'était un succès et il faut qu'on prolonge cette initiative. Donc, par cette occasion, donc, je voudrais, dans cette réunion, ouvrir ou lancer notre deuxième campagne de torches pour sensibiliser, pour la population locale et nationale, et surtout pour influencer les décideurs nationaux et surtout les négociateurs nationaux pour atteindre les objectifs de PACJA. Les objectifs de notre campagne, c'est donc la demande de PACJA qui est la justice climatique dans tous ses sens. Donc, on lance, donc je déclare cette campagne lancée officiellement. Merci beaucoup.
Hey, ladies and gentlemen, I think you should start up, eh? Kind of start up. The campaign has just been launched. Where is Jesse? Is Jesse around? All right, so what do you want? When do you want it? Now. What do you want? When do you want it? Now. Very good. Thank you so much. The campaign has been officially launched. Thank you so much.
Cradle of life, a continent of breathtaking,
the video.
home to unparalleled beauty and untamed wilderness. But beneath this beauty, an ominous threat looms. Our Africa faces an existential crisis. Soaring temperatures, relentless droughts, and punishing storms wreak havoc on our people. The climate catastrophe is ravaging our land, our people, and our future. The numbers don't lie. Africa bears the brunt of climate change, and the toll is staggering. But we, the youth of Africa, we refuse to be silenced. We rise as champions of change, demanding accountability. We aren't just survivors. We are architects of hope, innovators, adapters, and builders of a resilient future. Our leaders have spoken. The world has pledged. Now they must act. Promises must turn into tangible solutions. We are the voice of Africa's future. We stand united, demanding accountability because our very existence hangs in the balance. Join us, share our stories, be a beacon of change. Together we will hold the world accountable. Together we will script a new narrative. Africa's legacy will be one of resilience, courage, and unwavering accountability.
Clap for our campaign. And that's going to be the mother of all campaigns in 2023. You may take your seat. All right, thank you so very much. So we are going to move on. And now, ladies and gentlemen, it's my humble opportunity to invite Dr. Reverend Ezekiel Lesmore, the Director of Programs, All African Conference of Churches, our close brother, our RI, our everything. Welcome, Dr. Let's clap for him as he takes the floor.
May I, in the spirit of this campaign and the documentary we just watched, invite us to please stand. Please, can you rise? Please, can you rise if you are able?
And you can hold your placard up.
May I also request that we observe a moment of silence in memory of those who have gone ahead of us because of the devastating impact of climate change, in which they were not responsible, but some other people and regions are responsible. It has cost them their lives. It has cost them their livelihoods. It has displaced them. They have been forced into a status called the refugee status, conflict, and many other things. Let's observe a moment of silence in memory of our siblings. May God of life grant eternal rest to those who have gone ahead of us. Grant them Jannah. And may God of life give us the courage and boldness to speak truth to power, to stand for a life-giving, life-transforming justice. Amen. Please be seated. May I, on behalf of the Faith constituency in our beloved mother continent, Africa, express profound appreciation to PAGJA leadership, the management, the technical team, for remaining a compelling force for climate justice in our continent and beyond. Please join me to give a resounding applause to the team of PAGJA, please. May I also express commitment on behalf of our constituency that this campaign that has been launched, Keep the Promise, we will journey with you together, because the matters of climate change are matters of life and death. And if you do the opposite, if you commodify climate change negotiations, objectify it, or politicize it, you are on a mission of death, not a mission of life. And when we talk about justice, we are talking about a life-giving, life-transforming justice, where, as has been mentioned in the documentary, let us not be co-opted into the conspiracy of silence. We must reject forces, structures, and powers that will seek to suffocate life and cause us to be silent. We must refuse to be silent. In the global stake talk, this is very critical. Speaking truth at all levels. We are not only looking at those from afar, we are also looking at our own self. Where have we been complicit? Where have we compromised? Where have our government failed us? We must call them to order. We must call them to account. What have they done? What have they done with the limited resources that have been allocated for adaptation, for resilience building? So you and I have a responsibility to call them to order. The executive, the parliamentarians that have the instrument of oversight, legislation, and representation. How have they performed? It is our responsibility to hold them to task, that they do their own part. So let us not be silent. This campaign must go viral by our action. In your limited corner, you have a responsibility to speak for climate justice and demand for keeping the promise. And we as faith entity, we are constantly reminding as a roundup. We are told that the thief comes to steal, to kill, and to destroy. The thieves are everywhere. The thieves can speak very well. The thieves are well articulated. The thieves have all the network to silence you and to ensure that our attention is drifted from real-time adaptation to what today is being branded and dangled in our faces as carbon market. We reject the forces of market because it commodifies our commitment towards real-time adaptation that transforms the lives of those who have been massively impacted, the indigenous people, our local communities. And so therefore, let us together run this campaign by calling the thieves by their names, so that our mother continent, our common home, the Mother Earth, will be rescued from these thieves. I wish us well, and we will journey together for climate justice. I thank you.
I think Reverend deserves a better clap. His words are always inspiring, and words coming from the mouth of a man of God is God speaking from heaven. So God has just spoken to us, and take that message also very seriously, because climate change is also really a faith issue. Thank you so much again, Dr. Ezekiel Resmo. I now want to invite the head of programs, Action Aid. I know we have been seeing Susan here from Action Aid many times, sitting in various panels, but also speaking, to us and moderating some of the sessions. And today, she's represented ably by Venta Mogera, not Venta Mogera, sorry, by Samson Orao. So Kaidri, sir, come and give your words of solidarity. Thank you. Let's clap for him as he takes the podium.
Charles just baptized me this morning. I don't know if he was getting inspiration from Reverend here, and if that's something which goes to heaven. But yeah. Good morning, everyone. What do we want? Climate justice. What do we want? Climate justice. I don't feel the energy in this room. Is it because people haven't had breakfast? What do we want? Climate justice. When do we want it? Now. What do we want? Climate justice. When do we want it? Now. Thank you very much, everybody. My name is Samson Orao. I work with Action Aid. And I'm very honored to be here today to speak with us and join this distinguished room as we are launching and keeping our promise around our climate campaign. We have seen the Africa Climate Summit, which we graciously hosted as a country this week. And there have been a lot of commitments, a lot of pronouncements. There have been different discussions that have been going on in this country and in this continent as everybody talks about climate. I saw one of a very key persons from the West speaking about African partnerships and saying the West is here not just to extract, but to also partner. I don't know how many of us saw that statement. And that tells you how people think about us. That tells you how the West sees the African continent. And so today we are here as ActionAid to partner and keep the promise and commit to walk this journey with PACJA. There has been a lot of developments, and I must honor the PACJA team, the partner leadership, Medeka and team, and the PACJA staff and PACJA partners for having kept the faith. A lot of the time, discussions on climate issues have not been at the forefront of community solutions and community engagements. And ActionAid said that we want to walk this journey with you. We want to engage on this discussion with you. We want to bring the communities that are at the forefront and want to bring them to this table. Because we can't have African solutions that are not projected by Africans themselves. And we must hold our leadership accountable. We must speak about resourcing of this campaign. But at the same time, we must also ask ourselves, where are the people? We must engage them and bring them along. Because if we don't do that, we will be having a crusade of the converted. And yet we need to reach out to those very people and bring them at the center of this campaign. Now, sometimes you watch and you see leadership, and I was watching something which has trended so much on social media, Kenyans know, about one of the members of parliament who attended the summit, and they were being asked what the climate summit was about. And then you wonder where policy discussions are, where legislation is supposed to be based, when the people that we elect cannot define something which we have hosted and something which has been happening in this continent for a long time. And so that means that there still needs to be a lot of policy engagement. There still needs to be a lot of stakeholder engagement and stakeholder advocacy, so that now we ensure that we have the right people. At the end of the day, this is our continent. We bear the brunt of the effects of climate change. And we are talking about climate justice, but we are not resourcing it. We are talking about climate justice, but we haven't talked about where the money is. We are talking about climate justice, and we are having the very polluters being the ones calling us to a discussion table. I mean, we can't let that keep on happening. So on behalf of ActionAid, we want to commit to walk this journey with PACJA, and we want to commit that we will still mobilize our membership, mobilize our communities, ensure that these actions that we are taking, this campaign that the PACJA chair has launched here today, this campaign is grounded, is rooted, and is community-led by women and by young people. And it begins from the grassroots. And we will walk the talk and walk with you. We are happy to be here today. All of ActionAid, our leadership is here, our membership is here, and we will walk with you to take this message right where it belongs. I'm very proud on behalf of my executive director to sit on this table here today and to bring ActionAid into this room and to say it's not just today, it's 2023, but it's not just 2023, it's moving forward. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Samson Orao. That was a very, very, very powerful presentation. Let's give him a better clap. Ladies and gentlemen, climate change is also a biodiversity issue. Biodiversity is equally impacted by climate change. I remember this year, for the first time in history, we supplied water to the animals in Nairobi Park and other parks. I could see tankers going, to the national park, simply to bring or to take water to animals, which has never happened before in history in this country. We roast lions, we roast buffaloes, we roast important, should I say, wildlife in this country. And of course, I know the same was the case in other countries in Africa. and commerce, I'm told. In fact, we lost about 14 million, livestock, the Horn of Africa only, through the last drought. So biodiversity is therefore a key component, or element in climate change conversations. I remember in Amsen, only last month, there was conversation, of course, around, the Kunming Montreal, of course, framework that is now established. And there are conversations around then how can we be able to connect, the Paris Agreement and this other, framework, and how can we be able to implement them together, because each and one of them speak to each other. So I now want to invite, ladies and gentlemen, Venta Mogera, who is a communication and advocacy coordinator at the Africa Biodiversity Network. A round of applause. Welcome, 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 my sister. Thank you.
Good morning once again.
Good morning.
Thanks so much. My name, like he said, my name is Venta Mongera. I will be contributing to this discussion and to also support this campaign, because this campaign is so aligned to the issues that are affecting all of us. At Africa Biodiversity Network, what we do, we accompany the African communities in terms of helping them to build their resilience in terms of so many challenges that we are facing as a continent, and also we are not alone. It's a global challenge. And this campaign in particular, it is speaking to what we do as ABN, because it is like a sister to what PACJA is doing. Climate change and biodiversity matters, they are intertwined. They cannot be separated. So we cannot have solutions for climate change, and when we are not talking about biodiversity. He's talking about loss of lives, loss of livelihoods, loss of this and that. How do we participate in this? Because there is no one who has solutions alone, because we work in collaboration. So this campaign we support as ABN, and here I'm speaking on behalf of our general coordinator, that is Dr. Fasil, who is also a great champion, and he speaks boldly about biodiversity matters and how we need to plug in as a collaboration and with teams. In this campaign now, about now, keep the promise. All of us, we have a role that we need to play, and I'm so grateful to see the great number of the youth that are here, because these are the ones that are prepared or preparing to take the mantle after us, because when we are talking about tomorrow, it's what we are doing or what we did yesterday that will make us, will make it more promising, and we will be confident that we are giving it to responsible people who are already prepared. Keeping promise, it means that we are affirming our special and our noble participation and contribution that we need to give to restore and also mitigate the climate change that is already affecting all of us, to restore the loss of biodiversity, to control also, and also to influence in our different humble ways. There is the role that the ladies, that is now women, the youth, elderly, even the children, they have each one of us, we have a role that we need to play in order to mitigate the impact of climate change and also to control the loss of biodiversity. Like he talked about the one clarion call in terms of all government, all society, that is now a call that is reminding us now at our different levels, whether it is research institutions, whether it is government, whether it is a civil society movement. All of us, we have been called to come together to give solutions to these problems. And these solutions are not coming from elsewhere, but they are from within. And now, from within also, it is from the communities, then to nationals and to different levels. So here it means that we have a role that we need to play in terms of also ensuring that the policies that are aligned to the mitigation of climate change, control of loss of biodiversity, it is our responsibility to see how we can work together, even with the government, to ensure that those policies are implemented. We play our roles, and even the policies that are not already in place, then how do we contribute to ensure that now the policies that are responding to the needs that are affecting people now, because these are now, these a paradigm shift. So even the policies that need to be revised, then we contribute in those discussions and to ensure that policies that are in place are responding to the needs that are affecting people from the communities. Also, the campaign reminds us that even at the community level, we are talking about digital dispensation. How are we supporting people in the communities also to tell their story? We are talking about now rains. Also, there is extreme weather changes in terms of now prolonged droughts. How are we able to tell the story of the community if themselves they are not able to use the digital technologies to tell about their stories and how the climate change is affecting them, for us to know how even they are building resilience around that. So the part of this campaign also, it's calling on the adoption of different technologies that will help the people in the communities also to tell their story, because they are able to tell their own story the best way they are experiencing it. Now, when we hear about change, change starts with us. How do we tell about the change? How do we contribute to the change? How do we contribute to mitigation of climate change? The climate summit, Africa Climate Summit that has been happening from Monday, of course, we've been talking about financing. We've been hearing a lot of research stories. We've heard about collaboration, because it's about unity of purpose that we are able to work together and now address these challenges. Now, how are we plugging in? And the part of now financing, we know Africa has really been impacted and it is suffering a rat that is the really least known much about it. So how is Africa participating in this, and how, in terms of allocation of funds, what is it in it for Africans, and how is the distribution of the cake, so that now from the community level to national level, even to the continental level, Africa is not left out, because now we require a lot of support to address these issues. And when we are talking about participation, we need to be included, and from the community level to the national level and to continental level, when these discussions are happening, how are these discussions happening if the people who are affected from the communities are not brought on the table to speak about their own story and to say how best they think solutions can be found to address issues that are affecting them. So this campaign, we participate because it is speaking to the salient issues that are affecting the communities, and from those communities, that's where we come from. So if the community is sick, then all of us, we are sick, and then what are we saying? If we are sick, then who is supposed to give us the medicine? So the natural medicine is for us to participate in this campaign to ensure that we are taking personal and group responsibility to ensure that we mitigate the impact of climate change by contributing in different ways that we are able to, and in sustainable way, without compromising, and rather contributing more to the loss of climate, the loss of biodiversity, and also without exacerbating the impact of climate change. So we participate with hope and optimism, knowing that we are part of the solution, and we are not part of the problem. So we participate in this, and we are moving forward together, because we believe together we can, and when we are divided, then we are bound to fail. Thanks so much.
I think Venta deserves a better clap. Thank you so very much. That was a very, very well-prepared speech. And really, you touched on critical issues that we need to focus on, even as we ask our readers to keep the promise. So thank you so much, and we do appreciate the partnership we've had with Broadcasting Network. Ladies and gentlemen, as we continue, I want to, of course, mention that we have a few important people amongst ourselves who have walked in. I want to recognize the presence of Honorable Jacqueline Amogini. Can they just stand up and wave at the people? Thank you so much. Jacqueline is actually a member of Parliament of East Africa Legislative Assembly, and from Uganda. She is our RI. She is part of us, and we thank you so much for joining us, Honorable Amogini. We have amongst us Honorable Badua, who is actually the chair of the steering committee of the Kenya Platform on Climate Governance. Honorable Badua, if you can start up. Let's clap for him. You know, we are hosted by Kenya Platform on Climate Governance because we're in Kenya. And remember, we operate through national platforms. So when we are here, we are actually under him. And we appreciate you. Honorable Varua, of course, with your team. I know you have a national coordinator who has been actively, participating in really organizing and making sure that things are running. So thank you so very much. But I also want to recognize the presence of the chair, Political and Technical Affairs Committee of Pakja Board, our senior, Dr. Gassin Jamshi. I was buying time so that he can take a little bit of rest. I know he had a small emergency he was addressing, but now I want to invite you in front, Augustine, if you don't mind. Please take a seat here. Let's clap for him as he comes forward. All right, so I now want to move on, and we want to hear from a young person, of course, representing the young people seated here. And that is none other than Gideon Moya. And Gideon Moya is representing the National Coordinator for Biodiversity and Biosafety Association of Kenya. So welcome, Moya. Let's clap for him.
Wow. I have never spoken in a session like this. So all protocols observed. I think it's still morning. Good morning. I am here to represent our national coordinator. Her name is Anne Maina from the Biodiversity and Biosafety Association. My name is Gideon Muya, as you've heard. I am a project assistant working with Biba Kenya. But apart from being a project assistant, I am a youth, and I am also, as the fine gentleman said, I am also a peasant farmer. Yes, thank you. So for today, I will not speak much, or I will not speak as a professional, but I will just address my fellow youth. And in line with the COP28, I think before we even think of negotiations and we think of promises, we need to ask ourselves as the youth, what can we do? Each and every one of us in this room, let us ask ourselves, outside of your office, outside of your workplace, what can you do as an individual to ensure that we achieve climate justice? From your behavioral patterns, do they contribute to climate justice? Do they contribute to climate conservation? Do they contribute to mitigation of climate change, or do we actually move back? And one thing I would like to tell the youth is the transition towards green growth, the transition towards climate justice must be led by us. It must be a youth-led affair. We cannot always go and sit down and negotiate. It is time for the youths to do. We're always being told that the youths are the leaders of tomorrow. I think tomorrow is now. True? I think that tomorrow is now, and it's time to stop talking, and it's time to do more as youth. It's time for action. So each and every one of us, let us look at what we can adapt into our lives to achieve climate justice, so that even if, what can I say, let me not call them foreign entities, but even if the foreign entities, because one thing that hinders us as Africans, and one thing that hinders us as youths, is the financing aspect, the financial aspect. Yes, we will plan. Yes, we will sit down. Yes, we will negotiate. But as long as we do not have the money, our voices will never be heard. So let us look for ways where we can finance ourselves. Let's create frameworks where we can be able to access money for ourselves as Africans. And then we as youth and we as Africa, we will have a seat at the table. Thank you so much. And before I go, let us always ask ourselves, what can I do? What can I do for the climate? Thank you.
Let us give Moya a better clap. I think we should adjust this slogan, what do we want, a little bit. So when I ask you, what do you want? Of course, you say climate justice. When I ask again, you say keep the promise. Are we together? Let's do some little bit of rehearsal. What do you want? I want to see your placards up, ladies and gentlemen. They were meant for that purpose. Thank you. Thank you. And let us start up. Debu, s'il vous plaît, let's start up. Okay, what do you want? What do you want? Oh, you fail. So the second one, you say keep the promise, okay? What do you want? What do you want? What do you want? What do you want? Thank you so very much. You may take your seats now. I want to take this opportunity now to invite Pauline Batimaro, from Botswana Climate Change Network. So, Batimaro, Pauline. Let's give her a clap as she comes forward.
Thank you. Good morning and all protocol observed. My name is Bitumelo Pauline Marumo, and I am the Communications and Advocacy for Botswana Climate Change Network. This is really high. So I'm a storyteller, and in a true nature of a storyteller, I'm going to start with a really short story first. I grew up in the lush fields of the Barolong farms in Botswana. I'm a village girl. And growing up, it was always such a pride for me to rush back to my village because I knew that there's something exciting waiting for me out in the field. But as time went by, when I was now a teenager, I realized that now Barolong Farms is becoming a shadow of its former formidable self, which was feeding my nation, Botswana. As time went by, I started learning about agriculture at high school, and I could see that the changes that I'm seeing at my village are also affecting livelihoods and affecting food security in my country. And as time goes by, I become a climate activist, and I see that I can do something about it. So this is personal for me, this is personal for you, and this is personal for all of us. We, the youth in this place, we stand in our commitment to address climate change as we journey towards COP28. So I'm really excited to be able to come here and add the youth voice to the launch of this campaign. Our message is really clear. It's time for action. We've talked, it's enough. It's time for action. So I'm just going to focus on 4 key areas. They've already been talked about, so I'm just going to rush quickly through them. Education is the cornerstone of participation, of inclusion, of action. So we need to have that information about climate change so that we can be able to hold our leaders accountable and know what we're talking about when we say we demand justice, we demand finance, and we demand support from our government. We should stop with the false solutions that are not beneficial to our people, to our government, and to our planet. And this is my call to action for youth. This is particularly because of some of the points which were made regarding the climate justice torch. We need to write. We need to tell stories, because who else is going to share our narrative? One of the things, if you can Google right now, Google climate justice and tell me what you will find. Maybe you'll find Pakja on a 3rd slide, but everything else is from the West. We need to tell our stories, and our stories need to be on that first page of Google when you search climate justice. And finally, I want to say that inclusion of youth should just not be, oh, there was a young person present. We want to be part of the actions which are happening on the ground. We want to be part of the solution. We don't want to be trophies. We want to be present. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Pauline. So it's not just a matter of taking the box. The youth must be involved and meaningful for that matter. Thank you so very much. Ladies and gentlemen, I know you have been seated here for long. I know we probably have not had an opportunity to take up a cup of coffee or tea or chocolate. But allow me, ladies and gentlemen, to invite none other than who I refer to as sometimes Encyclopedia of Climate Justice, our senior, Dr. Augustine Jamshi, to sum it all before, of course, we break for a cup of tea. So, Augustine, let's clap for him as he takes the floor.
Good morning. The campaign is Keep Your Promise, right?
we need to know which promise we're talking about. We need to know which promise we are talking about. For over 27 years, we have heard what we now call feel-good announcements from spaces. And you know, yesterday, one interesting thing is the president announced that just at this summit that ended yesterday, they mobilized about $23 billion. I thought the applause would have been louder if it was 5 years ago. There was an applause, but it was not commensurate to the amount of money. You know why? It's because we've heard it before, severally. Colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, there's one thing that we're talking about here, and especially in this climate summit. I will keep talking about climate summit because we need to have a new, what do they call it? A new approach or new narrative. Yes, that's the word. And my question is, what is that new narrative? Has the problem changed? That is the question. They say if you keep talking about paying climate debt, Africa's special needs and circumstances, you are playing victim. Then my answer is, we are not playing victim for two reasons. One, we are not playing victims because we are victims. So how can we be playing victims meanwhile we are victims? Except we are no more victims. Have we changed? Is it not a fact that the climate crisis we are suffering from has been created by others since the Industrial Revolution, and they continue to benefit from it? We are victims, so we are not playing victims. Two, we are not playing victim because somebody that plays victim is looking for false sympathy, right? He's looking for sympathy. Have we in any way ever said we are looking for sympathy? In this our climate justice movement, we've never asked for sympathy. We are just asking for our rights. So, if somebody thinks that when they say, we'll give you this amount of money for climate action, and they wait, they don't say anything, they don't do anything, and when we have another big summit, you see them come again, they will still promise that we are giving you this amount of money. In 2012, I had the opportunity to speak to one of the Africa's most senior negotiators, the chair of AMSEN, then Professor Sangare from Mali, if you remember Bob. Yeah. We were somewhere, I think that was in Qatar, in Doha. Then we had this announcement, we've mobilized several billions for climate work in Africa. I looked at him. I said, Your Excellency, was it in Cancun? Okay. He said, where is this money? He said, I'm also hearing it here. We have talked in the African Ministerial Conference, and no minister has told me that they have ever seen this money. So now when we are asking for keep your promise, keep the feel-good promise or keep the real promise. So, colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, that's why we are campaigning for adaptation finance in Africa. Before anything else, because we have to build our resilience, we have to face the consequences of climate change. We have no choice. So, is Philip here? Philip's, yes. Now, we need to look at those promises, classify them under the feel-good promises, and then classify those that are concrete promises, like when a country says we are giving this to the Green Climate Fund, we put that one because we know where they've said they are putting the money. But those ones that some politicians from wherever come and tell us that we've mobilized 3 billion for Africa, for adaptation work in Africa, we put those ones in the cluster of feel-good promises. We still ask them, keep that promise, because they are the only ones who know when, how, where the money will be sent to. And this is against Article 9 of the Paris Agreement, which says climate finance is that money for climate action that leaves developed countries into developing countries. And it goes further to say, climate finance, that is still Article 9, that it should be accessible, predictable, and, additional. It goes again further to say, it should meet the priorities of the developing countries. What have we seen over the years? 2019, 2020 alone, CPI figures say climate finance that moved around was $632 billion. You know what adaptation had? $46 billion out of the $632 billion. $15 billion was for dual purposes. It means the rest of the money is for mitigation. And it's by who? For who? You know the answer. So, colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, let us not buy some ideas that we cannot even understand. Let's stick to what is right. The paragraph 34 of the Sharm el-Sheikh Plan of Implementation has cited Sub-Saharan Africa in particular. It says climate finance is for most vulnerable regions is best in grants, especially Sub-Saharan Africa. It means we have to campaign that these grants should be mobilized in a particular way where it's predictable, where it's measurable and verifiable. So that when you are holding somebody, keep your promise. Yes, you promised that you put this amount of money, this time, for this kind of action. You have not done it. We can check there. But if I came here and said, okay, I'm feeling good, I promise, I don't have money. I promise $100, for instance, for climate work here. And I leave and sit down. How will you hold me responsible? Because what I've said has no bearing, right? We don't know when I'm providing the money what is going to be used for. So let's be tactful. We have to start naming and shaming all those who have thought that we are just money-minded, that when they pronounce money, we'll always be happy, we'll cheer for them. As I've said before, some people have become so poor that all they have is money, but we have more than money. Thank you very much.
Some people are so poor that all they have is money. Very nice parting shot. Thank you so much, Dr. Augustine Jamshi, for those insightful remarks. So we have come to the end of this session. I want to sincerely thank my panelists. Thank you so much, Moya. Thank you so much, Samson. Thank you so much, Dr. Najwa. Thank you so much, Augustine. Thank you so very much, Aventa. Thank you so very much, Pauline. And I want to take this opportunity now to ask you to clap for them as they take their seats. Thank you, thank you, thank you so much. I want to invite Philip to guide us in terms of how we proceed from here. But I can imagine we need to take a break for a cup of tea and a group photo. Oh, you're here. Okay, thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Charles, for really moderating that quite powerful segment. I know we could be potentially violating some certain rights, so we take a break, a short one for that particular matter, lasting only 20 minutes. Those who are keen to see the campaign being unpackaged, I'll only allow for 20 minutes, then after that, we proceed. The real work of now making the campaign roll begins. Thanks.
touch on dimension, nigga. And girl, your love don't blind me. I can be like Papa Frio. If I come in sachet, you go carry my embryo. Carry me go where I don't know. Pass my polo, money go my pressure. Money go my pressure. Carry me go where I don't know. Pass my polo, your money go my pressure.
When it's a word starting by F, fishes. It's an F. All the women stand up and then men sit down, okay? But then if it's a word starting by an M, then now women sit and then men get to stand up. I'm going to start with 2 people to see if they understand the concept so that we start with the energizer, okay? I'm going to be singing. Who are the first 2 volunteers? Okay, now. Okay, you stand up, you stand up. Then when you hear again F, a word named F, women sit, women stand up, men sit. Then for M, men stand up, women sit, okay? I will make you fishers of men, fishers of men. God said, I will make you fishers of men if you follow me. Are you a woman? We're going to start, okay? Now, I want everybody to stand up. Okay. We'll see who knows their gender. Some are still confused, I can see. Now, I'm going to repeat how we're going to do this energizer for those who are coming in. We are standing up. I'm going to sing a song. If you hear words starting with F, it's women standing and men sitting. And when it's an M, a word starting by M, men stand up and women sit. Is that clear? God said, I will make you fishers of men. Fishers of men. Last one last attempt, please. God said, I will make you fishers of men, fishers of men, fishers of men, if you follow me. Clap for yourself, please. Now I will invite the moderator of the next sessions, Philip Kilonzo, kindly. Yes, you have the floor.
Thank you, Jennifer. Thank you so much, Jennifer, for making us fishers, and indeed real fishers of men and the women. That exercise is extremely stimulating. I'm trying to say this as I try to get the slides up. I hope, David, you are up to speed. I opted to feature list in your screens and to have the campaign featuring more on the screens. Those just outside the entrance, I would encourage you come with everyone who is outside, because if you miss this part, frankly speaking, you will go home without knowing what this campaign is about. And you will start asking some very strange questions, and we will be unable to respond to those questions because the train has left the station. And when the train leaves the station, it means those on board enjoy the ride. Those who are not on board then stand to lose that opportunity presented by that particular ride. So I would encourage, if you are just next to the door, pull somebody in, and let's ensure that we are all together. In front of you, you can actually see the logo of the campaign. That will be the logo of the campaign. Keep your promise. Keep your promise is the name of the campaign. And when we say keep your promise, it wasn't easy, and I'll say essentially it wasn't easy. I think we managed to crack this name on the last minutes. Initially it was honor your commitments. We had other discourse on other things, but keeping your promise proved to be quite a sharp one, but it hinges on accountability, which is extremely important. Keep your promise is broad. And why we kept it broad is because as Pan-African Climate Justice Alliance, an institution that is actually a convener of dialogues in the continent of Africa, we realize that there are quite important tracks of conversations that need to happen in Africa. And we did not want to box it because we are not a northern entity, northern NGO or northern CSO entity. We are an African institutions, and therefore we must adopt a campaign framing that allows us to explore the full breadth of issues that are troubling us. I want to start quickly reflecting on keep the promise. If you look at elected leaders, right from the lowest level, there is something they promised people, which has some connection and the connectivity with climate change. Even if we went to the world level, even if we went to the lowest level, there is something they promised people. Have they delivered it? Probably a woman somewhere seated in a corner somewhere was promised a water point to alleviate the suffering or to replace a water point that has dried in their village. Those elected leaders keeping the promise. When you go to the national level, you will find national leaders also promised to deliver on some certain imperatives linked to national determined contribution. Fundamental questions begin to arise. Do those national determined contributions resonate with what elected leaders and what governments promise to deliver to communities? And what is the manner in which they are delivering those national determined contributions? And are they responding to primary priorities, particularly linked to adaptation within the community? So that becomes quite an imperative. Africa leaders, or leaders from African countries, have responsibility to represent the continent in international discourse. Are they really engaging in a manner that enables them to drive the kind of change that we want at that particular space? Are they keeping the promise in terms of representing our interests and our aspirations? And are they accountable to us as a population of Africa? So that becomes extremely, extremely important as we walk the journey of this particular campaign. At global level, and I don't want to repeat what Dr. Augustine shared, and which in a very elaborate manner responded to what Dr. Shaddad, Professor Shaddad had raised. And therefore you begin to see elements of promises right from the Paris Agreement itself and the subsequent sittings, and looking at whether those promises have been actualized. So you can actually look at this campaign within that broad territoriality of engagement. For those that I might be new to, my name is Philip Kilonzo. I head the Policy, Advocacy, and the Communications Unit of the Pan-African Climate Justice Alliance. And this presentation will just unpack the road to COP28, keeping your promise, which I've actually spoken about. Next slide. The slide that is before you might be new to some people, but might be repeated to other people. So my indulgences for those it might be replicating. But for us to understand the context within which this campaign takes place is that we must first appreciate the deteriorating climate crisis, whether it's drought, whether it's floods, whether it's famine, whether it's rising global emissions. We can actually see that climate is changing, and there are occurrences that clearly indicate that there are challenges linked to climate change which we must respond to. Within the same context, there are evolving geopolitics which we must recognize. Ukraine-Russia war, and again developed countries beginning to go back to dirty forms of energy. We are seeing again within it, US beginning to claim that China and India are big emitters. So fundamentally, they are not as responsible now. That's the argument that I had with John Kerry, that looking at the geopolitics, China and India will be big emitters. But we also know the emissions in China and India are partly transferred emissions from developed countries who have also established factories there that are driven by through dirty energy, particularly coal. We are seeing China again opening their coal mines. We are seeing some countries in Europe again going back to dirty energy, which is something that we must take into account. I think those who have been consistently following the conversations within the African Climate Summit, the underlining element is that Africa is in deep debt crisis. And when you are in debt, you can only borrow to survive. And if you want to borrow further, then you are borrowing to sink deeper into debt. I will invite you to interrogate the declaration that came from Nairobi and to see whether it gives us a leverage or a headroom to reduce our debt portfolio as African countries, or is actually going to worsen the debt scenario, which is something that we need to take into account. But my quick take is the declaration as it is provides quite an avenue, a super avenue, within which developed countries will prefer to pursue a private sector-led investment model in this regard. We have elections for US that are coming in 2024, which is again something to look into. I think we need to look at issues to do with the net zero conversations. Whose net zero is it? And what are they doing to achieve their net zero? Is it about giving you money, or is it about a substantial cut on emissions? Because if they are not substantially cutting on emissions, then the transferred emissions might not necessarily count too much. Because we know the global north is producing more carbon than other parts of the world. And it's important we keep reflecting on that particular element. There are discussions around just transition and what it means. And essentially it means down the line, if again Africa is not keen to transition its sectors, I'm using sectors in plural, then we might find ourselves in a conundrum where our products, the moment we send them to global markets, they are not as competitive as those from other places because they do not meet some certain emission standards through which they were actually produced. So we need to look into that. We are going to COP28, and that COP28 will be quite interesting because we have oil-dependent economies at that particular in that particular space. And this oil-dependent economy will definitely, that will still be an imperative. And that is deeply cemented by having the chief of our oil company as the president of COP28. And we do hope within the same, it will allow for progressive conversation. The African Climate Summit was largely around private sector, and that speaks to the growing influence of private sector. I remember when I first read the concept, then I said, this is not our summit, it's African Climate Investments, Private Sector Investment Summit. And when I spoke with Dr. Midhika about the same, we said, yes, that is how it looks. And this is not what we asked for when we were pushing for African Climate Summit, for Africa Union to initiate this particular framework. So what we are basically seeing largely is a much more bigger global push from the north for the private sector interest to take center stage in climate financing mechanism, and also broadly more of response measures, which is important. So I'm trying to tie many things together so that I don't speak for too long. But as we go to COP28, there is opportunity again to keep defining and positioning African narratives within the discourse of just transition. so that again we are able to see what does just transition mean to different sectors, for instance, agriculture, health, among others. As we go to COP28, we must reflect on those decisions that are of importance and that were arrived at in COP27, the global goal on adaptation, and the push to have it enacted in COP28. The new collective, the new quantified and collective goal, which actually speaks to the financing ambition, and COP28 being the deadline for agreeing on financial arrangements for loss and damage. We need to keep reflecting on where are these discussions, what progress is the Transitional Committee on Loss and Damage making, what are the issues, and what is the strategic role of this particular campaign in terms of pushing for unlocking some of the discussions and some of the decisions that we want to be undertaken. Let's look at also the agriculture element. Where is it in the conversations? Last I checked, and from Bonn, we will continue with workshops as usual. Nothing substantively tangible from COP28 unless we are able to exert push. When I listen to the global goal on adaptation again, workshop mode. Let's continue having conversations among ourselves without tangibility on what needs to be done. I think we will have there are expansive decisions that affect other different sectors that came from COP27, which we need to be keen on: the water, the agriculture, the health, and the energy sector. And PACCHE is actually working with other actors to ensure that the health agenda is mainstream. But the elephant in the room remains the global stocktake, where again developed countries prefer to take stock on the element of mitigation. Not too keen to begin to take stock on adaptation. Not too keen even to begin to take stock of losses and damages communities are facing and what this means moving forward. So we have a gap in terms of conceptualizing what will be measured, and also matrices of measuring these elements, which has been a discussion. But I think the bulk part, the bigger part of the discussion, which is the technical, has been done. It's now the political, in terms of how are we mobilizing, how are we going to exert pressure, how are we going to ensure that the right things are what we are going to measure, and how also do we provide alternative views within the process. Next slide. Sorry, I'm requesting whoever is moving the slides to move with me, because I moved quite a number of slides ahead of you. Move to the next slide, please. Move to the next slide. This campaign, therefore, then, for any campaign to be successful, we must look at where are we premising it. We must look at those things that give us a bit of leverage, and those are the ones that we call strategic thrusts. And the first strategic thrust element that we identify is the global stocktake. And we need to ask ourselves, how are we going to structure our dialogues as actors, as non-state actors, to advance for greater accountability for climate actions by all stakeholders across all cadres. That is extremely important because it's an opportunity that we have. But as I said right at the onset, we must go beyond the UNFCCC mechanisms. Because again, there are so many promises. And those promises, if they were honored in the various territorialities of decision making, then we will be sure that there will be much more argumented actions, and actions that respond to needs of communities at the front line. The just transition, and I want to pick only one bullet, and a just transition. Transitional minerals are increasingly becoming quite a critical conversation within the discourse of just transition. But the key ask is whether African countries who are endowed with these transitional minerals are going to benefit from this, and what kind of pushback do we need to do as actors to ensure that we are able to achieve quite a fair share and quite some benefits for countries and for communities who probably these minerals are going to be mined in their lands. A quick introspection, when you look at countries with transitional minerals, you will find a majority are now in crisis. Whether it's the DRC, there are crisis elements. Whether it's Niger, there are crisis elements. Chad has transitional minerals. And Gabon, I'm not too sure. But the most important thing, there is a pattern across the continent where you see all the countries that are endowed with these minerals are actually in serious and terrible crisis. Is this crisis internal? Is it external? Is it motivated by climate security imperatives? These are things that we must inbuild within our conversation and ensure that indeed our campaign actions continue to send the interest of communities and send the interest of African nations with these particular resources. Coming to corporate atrocities, which is the third thrust, whether it's Zambia, whether it's Senegal, what I'm hearing is that corporates are undertaking actions that are negatively impacting environment and that are also worsening climate change in those respective areas. These corporates, whether national or multinational, held to account, yet their actions contribute to the greatest vulnerabilities of communities at the front line. We are seated here in Nairobi, and I don't want to blame corporate here. I want to blame national government and local government. Here in Nairobi, we have a river that actually cuts across 7 counties, to be precise, all the way up to Indian Ocean. It is soiled, contaminated, and poisoned in Nairobi. Who is accountable in this particular case? And what is the expectation in terms of accessing water resource for communities who have relied on this water? And it flows across 7 counties, almost a distance of 800 kilometers before it gets into Indian Ocean. So who is responsible and who ought to take responsibility in this particular case? So we really need to look at these atrocities as they have direct implications on communities at the front line of climate crisis. I think when we started to speak, I just had overarching message, climate financing gap. And sort of listening to the nature in which some African leaders are being co-opted, then because we managed during the African Climate Summit to listen to quite a majority of African leaders and what they were saying, I think what then is important is then to see how best we catalyze conversations towards grant-based financing, climate financing mechanism. Because that is where the salvation is, and that is where indeed resources for adaptation will come in handy. So we do not want to bother with the entire potato of what is climate finance in this particular case, but specifically in zooming to the grant-based mechanisms and ensuring that we are able to build sufficient momentum and pressure for it. The global goal on adaptation, I said, it still remains undefined. The targets, matrices of accountability still remain loosely large, but I'm beginning to think within the national adaptation plans, there are clear matrices that we can actually begin to aggregate and also hold the North to account. But more importantly, Augustine spoke about scaling funding for adaptation, which is critical. The African Climate Summit was initially premised on what we can actually describe as false narratives. Indeed, the much desired climate finance within the continent of Africa was deemed to be coming from carbon markets. Through the conversations that we've had, we've been able to substantively push back on this particular element. But this is not an isolated case for Kenya. And if carbon markets help, then we'll not be having women speaking in the manner that I had once speak about the experience in DRC, where they conserve the forest, they live with the forest. Those who claim to auction carbon usually come there, they get their money, and they don't enjoy it. So what we need to do is then to see how best are we pushing back on this false narrative, particularly around carbon markets, as a solution to climate finance issues. But also more importantly, begin to see how do we galvanize together, because carbon markets are not only affecting DRC, they are now affecting Kenya, I think parts of Zambia, I think Zim has sort of reviewed its legislation. So we need to look at how do we come together and begin to push back and ensure that this animal called carbon markets does not affect our legislations. Now, Jennifer shared elements of this, so I'll just gloss over it in a very brief way. The overall objectives of Keep Your Promise campaign is to enhance effectiveness of climate response measures in Africa. And this is going to happen by securing greater leadership of African leaders and accountability of leaders in the global north. Kindly note a few things. What we want to pursue is effectiveness. Can we see climate response measures that are effective, that respond to needs of those at the heart of climate crisis? Can we, the effectiveness is around whether those response measures are localized, whether they respond to needs of those at the front line of climate crisis, which is extremely important, and whether through our campaign action we are going to see our leaders first and foremost taking leadership in providing the solutions, but also engaging with global leaders so that again they hold those leaders to account, because it is important for the burden of accountability not to be purely located and localized to national leaders, but it is important that it's shared across. There are general tendencies, and this is what we told the GCF CEO of GCF yesterday, that it cannot be that you expect CSOs to hold those whom you provide money with, you provide money to account, but you are not necessarily providing the means and the wherewithal to the non-state actors to hold them to account. So here we are basically saying the response measures must respond to the needs of those at the front line of climate crisis, but more usefully, this will happen when the leaders at national level are accountable and exercise their mandate within the global space to hold other leaders, particularly from the global north, accountable. The campaign has its own specific objectives, the first being around strengthening accountability commitments and action. So commitments are important, but action is more important, particularly by African states and governments towards implementing climate-just development paradigm. Whether it's within the box of NDC, whether it's adaptation, that's another story, but can we see implementation of climate-just development paradigm, which is extremely important. And then number two is to contribute to the global stocktake by entrenching citizen participation in the global stocktake process. I think basically what we are doing here is to open the whole accountability process within the UNFCCC, and basically to say that you cannot just lock it to the technocrats. We've got a say, we've got a position, we've got what we need measured and what we need reported on. And therefore we are providing a voice around what needs to be done and what needs to be measured and what is the current status of what needs to be measured. Number three is to compel parties to Paris Agreement to take greater responsibility by clearly pointing out accountability lapses that are apparent in their practices to both African countries and developed countries' investment priorities in Africa. And basically what we are saying is that even within the NDCs, there are lapses. There are things that were committed there. Our African countries are still parties to the to the Paris Agreement, and within their NDCs, there is a commitment. What are they delivering there? Where are the lapses? What did the Global North promise? Where are the lapses? Which is extremely critical. And fourth, we need to provide to provoke greater accountability commitments by northern countries. And this is very important. Because unless we are able to provoke them to be more accountable, cut on their emissions, then we will lose it. And finally, we want, and this is an operational objective, but very important in terms of consolidating our base, it's around galvanizing efforts of all non-state actors in pursuing an environment free from corporate violations. For environmental rights and devoid of force solutions. So we want to collaborate with non-state actors in the global south and in the global north, just again to ensure that we are all in a collectivity able to push for this particular agenda. Now, the campaign itself has some thought out objectives. The first is around evidence that is driving our call for urgent climate action. We've been relying largely on evidence from outside Africa. So through this particular process of undertaking this campaign, it is sent us the role of evidence, whether it's actually at country level, doing, however brief it is, some synthesis reports that show us where we are, a bit of snapshot analysis on accountability, and also an assessment of what are the corporate violations in various areas and how do they connect. There is an outcome around enhanced capacity of citizens and movement to drive campaign actions, which is very important because unless we are able to build capacity for you to drive the agenda post our era, then that will not be happening. But more importantly is that we want to secure strengthened solidarity that is transformative in character between global north and global south. And this is an earnest call for all of us to begin to see how do we achieve this global solidarity, because it's important for developed countries also to receive a push from their own. We've been pushing them, but they need to be told that the people who are talking and who are speaking from Africa are not mad people. They are people with clear justice agenda and rationale that needs to be responded to. I think we are looking at the much more broad outcome around enhanced accountability, particularly around commitments by North and the UNFCCC institutions, fashioning those spaces for accountability, and again advancing for an inclusive global stocktake, which is important. And fourthly, in a much more broad way, we are looking at a stocktake process that is reformed and relevant to frontline communities, not just those who sit up there doing the bulk of the work. And finally, which is an internal, it's about enhanced visibility for the campaign, its issues, and its urgent call for action, as well as messaging in all spaces. And that means we cannot work in silos. We must work in quite interconnected, iterative manner that ensures that we are able to achieve that visibility, particularly of the issues and the proposals that we are putting on table. Next slide. Sorry, keep to that slide here. Now, this campaign has what we call core strategies and approaches. And the first core strategy is around platform approaches, national platform approaches, ensuring that all actors at country level, including subnational levels, are having their efforts aggregated in one front, not disaggregated. So you cannot be running the campaign in a scattered manner within the same country. So it's a must, whether you are coming from Burkina Faso, Gambia, whichever location, you must aggregate the efforts. And I'll come to that as we go on and begin to give you some certain additional imperatives around that. the second core strategy is around platform-based and owned evidence generation processes. So we are basically saying, as Pacha, we are just providing you with platform to do a bit of comparison in terms of your evidence and begin to team up with other like-minded countries who have similar issues for purposes of moving them to the next level. So that is basically what we are saying. At the core of this campaign engagement, which is our strategy number 3, is dialogue processes. And these dialogue processes are structured with rights holders and duty bearers at all levels, sort of triangulating the evidence. For instance, if you assess that you find the NDC probably from Zambia is largely nationally funded, then you begin to ask, where is the money? What is letting us down? How do we fix the issue? So that again, we are not coming in to cry. We are coming in to charter solutions right from the below and be able to sit back and celebrate. Journalists, broadly media, as key players in documenting some of the key cases and also amplifying the campaign. So we are not looking at media for the sake of inviting them to our events. Can they do quite tangible investigative pieces that can actually inform the campaign in a substantive manner? Online and digital campaigning will be core. Remember, we said that we want to achieve North-South solidarity. Even within Africa, you cannot just keep your conversations within your small corner. So you must be able to see how are you connecting these conversations across for purposes of moving forward. I think we want to explore inter and intra-county extrapolation, looking at what are those issues and how are these issues playing within this country X, country Y, and country Z, and how do we amalgamate the efforts. We were keen, because we know this campaign will actually stretch beyond this year, to begin to see how do we consolidate the key evidence and use these key pieces of information that is coming out to drive much more influence. Next slide. Next slide. As Pan-African Climate Justice Alliance, we've been the convener of the non-state actors. And this is an outfit that came in build-up to African Climate Summit. And we started the process over the month of April. This outfit has been able to deliver quite substantive results within a period of around 3 to 4 months. And we have to thank that to Dr. Midika. He always ensures that I don't sleep when there is an issue within that particular platform. And I am tempted to add a box here of African parliamentarians. I'm thinking we should add, but I'll keep on odd. But essentially, basically what we are saying is that as you go back to your country, then you need to look at how you are configured, because this configuration will determine whether you succeed or you fail. This configuration is at a Pan-African level. We've configured it at Pacha Secretariat and at Pan-African level, and we've been able to see the results, the massive results that we've been able to register within fairly short time of 3-4 months, despite the challenges of internet connection, some being also outside the country, and the element of building trust, because we just began. But we are seeing massive results. So we are again encouraging you, as you go back to your country, begin to see how best do you organize for optimal impact. Regional civil society organization, in this particular case it will be national civil society organization, could be potentially having a view and a contribution. A number of them do studies within the local level, but they equally come on board with resources and some mobilization capabilities. How do we tap on that? The African private sector, in many cases, and you might think that they are enjoying, but they are also excluded by their own governments. How do you tap on their descending power to drive much more broad influence around climate justice? Actually, in our quick analysis, we realize they are not the bad people. The bad people are the foreign private investment that trample on all rights that exist on this earth. The academia. Remember, we've talked about evidence-centering analysis. How does this cluster play quite a critical role? The indigenous people bring the politics. You have a bit of deep politics coming from there. How do you tap on that element of deep politics to drive the agenda? The farmer organization, equally deep politics. How do you tap on that particular? And so is the youth. But remember, this campaign, the leadership, much of the visibility is on young people. So how have you organized them? I don't think there is a country that has no alumni of Nairobi Summer School on climate justice. And therefore, the action then begins to center around this constituent in terms of driving the campaign and the campaign aspiration, which is critical. The women constituent of this continent, I was actually doing a quick caucus with Dr. Juliet, and she told me that that is Dr. Juliet. You can wave again. Very powerful as a CEO of the outfit that leads, that coordinates women researchers and women in research across Africa. And they have an imperative and a contribution to make around this particular space. Beyond, again, ensuring that the voices of women who are marginalized, excluded, come to bear in terms of driving and exerting national level pressure for action. Labor movements are part of us. They are more worried about their jobs within the discourse of just transition and what that means. And so is health. Climate change and health, huge impact. Dr. Nanjwa is here. She can actually tell you about the much, much more impact that happens within that particular area. And so is the conservation and nature-based solutions, which my dear sister Venda spoke ably about. And we cannot all forget about less more. Basically, what we are saying is that you don't need to tap largely on the structure that we are connecting with at continental level, but you need to begin to look at what are the missing parts in your organizing within your own country, and how do you give this organizing, this form of organizing, some bit of space to plug into the climate conversation and to drive the Keep Your Promise campaign. Because unless you are able to look at how best you are going to tap on this form of organizing to drive the campaign, then you lose the essence of the process. Now, moving quickly to proposed actions, my next slide. Remember, these are just proposals. You can take them, you can throw them away. But the first action is what we are doing today, which is high-level mobilization and launch of the campaign. And I know at country level, definitely you'll need to launch with all the actors that I've just shown in the previous slide on board. So it is important to sort of reflect on how you are going to achieve that at scale and impact in your respective countries. Country level campaigning actions, just to build the campaign, a kind of analysis of key issues that is led by the non-state actors within the country level, and then convening dialogue processes with government and other stakeholders. And then a bit of evidence generation. You cannot be claiming that there are no investments from outside without even an analysis to understand how much of the climate funding is coming from outside, what kind of debt it's putting you into, among other things. So you need to do a bit of which sector is it going to and all that, so that you have clarity around the issues that you're articulating and you are engaging with, which is important. And then there are actions related to disseminations of message through influence platforms and through media. And mark this action, which we are basically saying is targeted processions, public protests, and the presentations of key messages to embassies, governments, and other stakeholders in Africa. We even when the North is far from us, we want to make it nearer to us, because all those governments of the North have embassies here. we want to ensure that our messages is able, first and foremost, directly to reach them through that particular space, as we connect with northern allies to ensure that it's also delivered to the presidents in their respective location. And indeed, even when we are presenting it in our national level, it will be marked for the president of that particular country. And if we have resonating messages across quite a number of countries, or hitting the embassies and all being directed to presidents back home, then they will have no choice but to do a bit of introspection of their actions. Online campaigning action is part of what we will do, but we want to move webinars from our talk. I monitor everything. When I get online, I monitor everything. I see what you are doing and what you are not doing. But we are talking with ourselves. We need to open it. Can we do those webinars with technocratic entities? Can we do them with embassies? Can we do them with governments of the North? The technological divide is no longer there, because essentially we can actually connect with President of US and have a serious webinar conversation if things are not working right. Definitely they will lie to us, but they will have known that we are in and we are taking action. So we are really encouraging boldness in terms of action, and the actions that I've just proposed may not be sufficiently too bold. Key moments. I usually say that before I talk about key moments, there are some certain spaces. There are formal spaces, structured spaces. That space is available, you can take it, you can enjoy it. There are conquered spaces. You are not invited, but you become a keynote speaker. You are not invited to comment on the declaration, then you come with your comment and you. So that is what young people have been taught. If the table is available and it's just a seat lacking, you carry your seat and place it there. So there are those spaces that we conquer. And there are spaces that we invent quite often. That space was not there, but you create a moment around it and ensure that that space is there for you to articulate your ideas. So what I've just provided here are basically spaces that are structured. We've launched the campaign here. CCDA, Africa Climate Summit, and Africa Climate Week closed this week. We know what we've done, because what we've done is within those spaces is not a departure from the aspirations of the campaign. So it's important to note that they are part of indeed the aspirations of the campaign. We will be moving to the conference on African agricultural adaptation acceleration in Nigeria, largely informed that we may do it in State House. And then we will have the annual World Bank IMF meeting in Morocco. The UN General Assembly is also with us, and then there is COP28, if I can just remember some of it. But as I said, there will be more moments to push this campaign, because I can see it spilling even across to next year, where we must sustain serious conversations with African Union Summit, the 37th one that happens next year. I think in terms of targets, these are people that you know, ministries of governments, you know the right ones. Policymakers in Africa, the presidents, cabinet secretaries of environment, water, finance, agriculture, other related sectors, mayors, chiefs of decentralized governments and cities, policy technocrats, you know them. Governments of the North, which are quite important in our engagement process, and then the embassies, which I mentioned in passing. The kiosk, and I think the last 3 or 4 weeks has been an epitome of the depth that we can actually go to in terms of engaging with this particular structure, which is important. I know it will shift from Kenya. We hope it will go to another country, but also a country that is friendly for our aspiration. And therefore, that's something that we are monitoring keenly in terms of where it will shift to, because those conversations and the issues that we are raising must be anchored there. The African group of negotiators, then, it will be useful again to keep emphasizing key messages which are important in all those critical processes that are happening. And at the base is then the organizing of the youth, women, pastoralists, indigenous people to drive the ideas and the UNFCCC Secretariat, which we should not miss that opportunity. This year we intended to engage deeply with COP28 President. We've not done that, and therefore subsequently we'll most likely engage with the President of COP28 and COP29 post-Dubai in furthering these resolutions. The media is there. We are saying don't invite media. What you've seen at Spacha, we've meant media to be part of our mainstream process. We are not calling them to tell them we have a story. We are calling them and we are inviting them to be an ally, to be part of those that we work with in terms of enabling them clearly understand the issues and to a great extent articulate them better than we could. Now, I think I'm getting to the last parts. This campaign has phases. We are in phase 1. But again, I don't like describing things linearly. Sometimes I have a problem describing them linearly. Because phase 1 is about giving it momentum. Remember, why I could say we are even past phase 1 is because we are in building on the climate justice campaign, the climate justice campaign, torch campaign, which was the earlier campaign, and it indeed quite a mobilization consistently across the continent, and we are riding on that momentum to move to the next level. But at this level, I think today you add quite a number of institutions doing additional sign-in to the campaign. So we are saying our traditional partners that we worked with during the climate justice campaign torch, there is no reason as to why we should lose them. At country level, at continental level, at whichever level, there is no reason. But we should be able to get additional actors signing into the campaign and being part of the process. We must also be able to look at those others who wanted to campaign and begin to see how their ideals align with our ideals and whether we can actually do or undertake one comprehensive Pan-African campaign. And I think if you reflect back on the slide where we are organizing around clusters for maximum impact, then there is no reason somebody else should belong in another quarter. Preliminary analysis. We are calling it preliminary analysis just for the sake of first and foremost noting that some certain evidence must be aggregated. And that evidence is not new to us. We already have studies that have been done in various quarters that can actually drive this campaign in a powerful manner. We need to look at what is the status of those studies, how stable are they, whether they speak to the whole breadth, what more needs to be tweaked within those studies so that we are able to move to the next level. I think the most important phase is phase 4, where we want to do deep dialogues and consensus. Sometimes when you go to phase 3 on analysis, you can do a quick analysis within 1 week, and it stands the test of time for you to engage in dialogue. You don't need to do quite sophisticated studies for this particular process. Indeed, in evidence and analysis, you are looking at the social action. Social action studies are extremely powerful because they bring the voice, they bring the evidence. And then some bit of desktop data, which can be pulled by young people in the academia research cluster and the CSOs together and begin to ask, what is this telling us? Even as you wait for the in-depth, elaborate assessment, you will have already have said something that is quite substantive that you can actually hang on to engage, which should be what is actually informing the dialogues. Please note that the dialogues are not with yourselves. Please note that the dialogues are with, including government entities. Building from below, engaging with governments, agreeing even on the key message that you will take forward with your government entities for purposes of Pan-African influence and influence at global stage. The feasible phase of campaigning is when you are clear that US has not given a single coin, or US has worsened your debt portfolio in your country, and you are going to to that particular embassy and telling the embassy to write off your debt. But you are not doing it alone. You are doing it with a Pan-African mobilizing, whether it's Chad, whether it's Senegal, whether it's and down to Malawi. You are going there, and you are basically telling people, look, Malawi had the worst crisis ever in terms of losses and damage. The donor help did not come. Citizens of Malawi had to pay extra taxation to cushion people, yet the crisis is caused by actions of developed countries who now are faking ignorance and irresponsibility. So we must go back and begin to aggregate and engage from that platform with a Pan-African mobilizing. I think I want to end it there and thank you all for sincerely listening to me. And if there are any questions, I'll take them, but I can see Dr. Mithika might be having one or two words to add to what I've presented. Over to you, Dr. Mithika.
Thank you, Philip. I think that is a very comprehensive presentation, that today is what we are considering a test launch, and I'm sure that in the coming days we are going to have really very comprehensive work at national level once we internalize what is required. So I'm sure, as usual, once that is done, we are going to share with the countries, because this want to ensure that this is driven by the countries, and at national level, we want to trickle down our work at national level, and more importantly, to the key sector, which is very energetic, the youth. So I'm sure it will be largely driven by the youth. You know, now the Nairobi Summer School is like, we have incubated quite a booming and very enthusiastic young people who are looking for what to do. I'm not sure whether if you could have given example, that could be one of the key examples. And our YAV, our YAV, I know they are going to make a presentation later, and I would like such to ensure that we tap into that kind of energy of young people who have decided, even resolved already, to show that they have their innovative way of doing things. And so mine, I didn't expect to speak today, but I've spoken because with me here I have two colleagues who are very crucial. They came, I requested them to come so that they can witness. We want to do things differently, and as you have rightly mentioned, we had victories during this summit because of our kind of organizing. I was very happy to see Ole Simmel here. I don't know whether he left. I know, I'm just citing people because, and the Reverend Lesimore in the morning, representing very critical sectors, and it is through that kind of reinvention, the non-state actors steering committee, which really was able to drive a very groundbreaking movement, which turn around, and I heard there were some. We don't call them enemies, we call them adversaries, who are somehow saying that this summit was taken over by civil society. I don't think that was a very good comment, because for us, we are Africans. This issue of climate change goes beyond civil society. We are African people, and we work with our governments where possible, and it is not an easy exercise, because most of us are not in the same thinking. We are not at the same thinking level, so people think just take civil society as just enemies or as just people who should sit, whose work should be on the streets, whose work just need to be making noise. But for us, our tactics are very different because we believe that whatever framework is done in Africa without our input and negotiating ourselves outside is the very last option. And so I'm very happy that we used a multi-pronged approach and we were able really to secure several wins. Moving forward then and learning from that that experience, I think this mobilization was like a foundation on what we need to do post summit. And already I think this launch, this conversation, your presentation, and to all these guys who are here really makes everybody understand where we need to go towards the COP28. And so I would want just a dance on upon you, because these two colleagues are just leaving. In fact, we wanted you to allow them to speak before your presentation, because they were in hurry. They are in another meeting and pulled just them from other appointments. But I'm happy that they have started to listen. That I think even them, they have a picture of what really they are doing. So I will. We have David here. David is, I think, I would allow him to introduce himself.
Kindly.
Yes, so that he can talk about himself rather than myself talking about him. Maybe David, you can sit there, you can go there so that the people can see you. Me, you know, everyone is familiar with me, so they don't need to see my face.
Thank you, comrade. I want to also thank Paja for the opportunity, because this is a real opportunity that we must try to maximize. Just having Africans in the hall like this, it gives me joy and happiness that there is hope. In this struggle, the first thing we have to prize very well is hope. And then the next level is to be prophetic. Once you have this prophetic idea, you probably will be facing challenge of whether can you translate it to reality. And so when my brother called me this morning and we agreed that it's good for us to begin to look in innovative ideas that can translate some of these messages, our recommendations into something that will impact on our communities, I thought that it was very useful to share this with you all. And what is that useful? I'm sure that you have seen the outcome of the 3 days summit and the declaration, the Nairobi Declaration. I think the next challenge, and that's what this campaign is focusing on, is reminding our leaders, both within the continent and outside, holding them accountable. But in holding them accountable, you have to also walk the talk by putting some fantastic idea on the table that will really move us forward. And so this idea about our resources, I come from a country, Nigeria, where we have really achieved results on this. It's about our leaders who have stolen some money and kept it in Western banks. I'm sure you are familiar with Abacha. Abacha is today the poster child of how leaders take public money and keep it in a private bank offshore account across the world. And so far, we have recovered over $2 billion. We have returned back to Nigeria. We are not talking about small money, $2 billion. You know, if the old Western countries comes to the conference in Nairobi and announce that they give $2 billion to Africa, we'll be celebrating. Is that not so? Yeah. And I'm sure that whoever that announced that will be asked to stand for recognition and for clapping. So that's what we have achieved in Nigeria. And I happens to be the civil society leader who was with the leaders. We were negotiating this. Over 90% of this fund came from Switzerland, and we have used this fund to build social protection program across Nigeria. Over 2 million poor people have benefited from cash transfer for this money that has returned. And this money went straight direct to the poor people across the country. So what it means is that if this happened to Nigeria, it can also be useful to other countries. And I'm sure that you are familiar with what happened with Libya leader after his death. Billions of dollars are still stashed in Western Bank. From Nigeria down to Ghana, to Equatorial Guinea, down to Tunisia, Morocco, across the continent, billions of dollars are in Western country. They're an offshore center. And what do we do with this money? This money we can use to finance climate change projects. So it's not going too far. So what we're saying, keep your promise. There are promises that governments around the world, through the UN Convention Against Corruption, they've assured that there will be cooperation of returning illicit financial flow. And Thabo Mbeki, the former South African president, did a fantastic job by putting it in a proper perspective. If you Google Thabo Mbeki report. That report really identified that over $50 billion is missing from the continent. You could imagine what $50 billion can do. So the challenge is that we must hold these leaders accountable. They must return this money, and we can use this money to finance climate projects across the continent. And so the challenge is for us to work together. The hunger is coming in New York. The COPs is coming. These are opportunities for us to put this in the table, that what we need is to return back the money. And they should keep their promises they have made in different fora, where they have made commitment for the restitution of these assets. So these assets can be used. There are examples. There are controversies around the discussions around these issues about whether if the money is returned, whether it will be used properly. But we have demonstrated in Nigeria by coming up with a very strategic framework we call monitoring the recovered asset through transparency and accountability, MANTRA. MANTRA is the first project in the continent that monitor over $2 billion that has come to Nigeria that was used for cash transfer program. So what it means is that if it is possible in Nigeria, what civil society did in Nigeria, they can also do it across the continent. And that becomes the real response to those leaders who are saying that if the money is returned back to Africa, it will not be used properly. We say it can be used properly. All we are saying, we're insisting, create the right environment, allow civil society to participate, and this was escapulated in the Global Forum on Asset Recovery Principle 10. You agree, in 2017, the US and UK government hosted 4 countries, including Nigeria, Tunisia, Sri Lanka, where they agreed that this principle of civil society participation on restitution of assets become a useful framework for financing development. Thank you.
Just a minute, David. You know you have not introduced yourself. I hesitated. You so just started speaking.
I wanted to maximize my time to be able to say. My name is David Ogolo. I am Reverend David Ogolo. I'm a minister in the New Apostolic Church, and I founded African Network for Environment and Economic Justice about 30 years ago. We were talking about asset recovery more than 30 years ago, and nobody believed us. And people
and you have you can press a button and you can tell us where that money is.
Yes, some of those money. Yes, why not? We're working with different networks.
Why can't you appreciate these guys? Because we have been talking, we have been looking for the sources of climate finance.
I've actually gone to do my studies.
Yes.
In Sussex, I did masters on corruption and governance, and my master thesis is on how to return those money.
So you will help us. Yesterday, you found yesterday that everyone was talking about climate finance.
Yes.
And we were just asking where we get money from. So can we agree that that is where we got money?
Yes.
Thank you very much, David. Let us appreciate David once again. Then we have the Honorable Jacqueline Amogin. I will also not introduce her. She will introduce herself. Please, Jackie, and thank you for really your patience. I know you must have missed your appointment now, but thank you for your patience. I think that presentation was very useful for you so that you can understand what we are doing here. Let us appreciate her. She's a great lady. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much, Dr. Michika, Philip Kilonzo, my friend. All protocol observed, ladies and gentlemen. I've already been introduced. My name is Jacqueline Amongin, and I'm an African from Uganda. Although I represent Uganda in the regional parliament, the East African Parliament, actually I think I'm the only member of parliament, if I'm not mistaken, who has served in the national, regional, and also continental parliament. So that's an inspiration to the young people here. However, I am so much honored to speak before you, and I think I'm going to be so brief on the reason why we are here today. Keep Your Promise campaign. And I would like to call upon all of us, first of all, to applaud. I think the presentation I got and the previous presenters, but also Philip has unpacked everything, and I think everyone was attentive when Philip was presenting, because it's a practical presentation. What must we do? Even as we say, Keep Your Promise campaign. So I think we need to applaud him, because it was a great presentation. I was actually trying to pick, but I think I will ask you formally to send me that presentation, so that those who are coming from the East African region, the PACJA team, and also those from Uganda, let us start from home. Charity begins at home. That's why there's a saying that act locally but impact globally. So I think this is a take home that we must all go with without forgetting. So basically, keep your promise, keep the promise, road to COP28. And I think this is a broad, it's an open statement. But what I would like us to know is that as we commit to going to challenge our leaders, already for me I'm in that space. And actually when you're presenting about Keep Your Promise campaign, it's not about the global north alone. It's also about our leaders challenging the global north in terms of fulfillment of the pledges that they make on an annual basis. And I think this will be my fourth COP that I will be attending. And I know that there will be so many of these COPs in the future. But what is very surprising to me, the first COP which I attended, had so many people that I really did not understand. So where do I fit? So where do I go? And all that. But thanks to PACJA, now I'm an expert in this COP participation. Yes. And I know there are many of you who probably go to such meetings, even the Africa Climate Summit, and you're like, wow, I'm overwhelmed. There's a good presentation this way. There's this carbon market. This is talking about climate finance. This is talking about readiness, loss and damage, and you almost want to be everywhere. Yet it is not possible. So our leaders in Paris committed to a particular NDCs for our different countries, and I know all the countries that are represented here are committed to a particular percentage. Despite the fact that we are the people who are getting the list, who are meeting the list, but are facing the highest havoc in terms of climate shocks, that makes us very vulnerable to climate change, but not only vulnerable, that makes our livelihoods also very vulnerable. And when I got the panelists who were seated here speaking about a member of parliament who did not know actually what climate change is in Kenya, I actually got shocked, because apparently climate change affects all our all our day-to-day living. Climate change has affected our health, our education, name it, all sectors that you could be knowing of in your country. So therefore, if you're a legislator and a representative of the people, and you do not know, I think now as PACJA, sometimes we also have to simplify the terminologies. Because when we talk about climate change, some of us came from the legal background, some came from councillors, some are just activists, basically. But the terminologies are extremely not understood by even some of the legislators. So as we are doing this campaign, Philip, in your presentation, you needed also to have put simplifying the messaging in those key messages, so that they are able to be understood by all, including my grandma who did not go to school. She should be understanding what we are talking about as we head to COP28. And I think I'm making a point there. Unless, yes, for me, I'm used to people, when I make a point, they clap a little bit, because it gives me the momentum. Yes, so at least you deserve to clap for me. Thank you. Because most of this messaging cannot be understood easily by our local communities. If we are talking about mobilizing the youth in my constituency, or in any of the places in Africa, the terminology must be simple and understood so that when a youth puts on a banner and goes to champion climate action campaign or putting on a t-shirt that I want to make my leader to account, that person must be knowing the messaging and the language he or she is using. And therefore, inclusion is one of the issues that you raise in the presentation, and in the Keep Your Promise campaign, you cannot do this campaign alone. You need different kind of stakeholders to play a key role in the campaign. And the time I've been in Parliament so far, I would think that you would also put in the campaign parliaments to be key. Because at the end of it all, as you're campaigning, as civil society and non-state actors, that actually play a pivotal role in terms of influencing our day-to-day, even legislations at home, at regional or at the continental. They must be able to be involved. So I would think that in your campaigning, when you're going to the different countries, because I know here is a summary of the different people, please do not forget that your campaign should not just stop in the streets and being covered by the media. Ensure that Parliament is involved. Either you're taking a petition to the Speaker, because those will be in the COP, and they are the ones who appropriate resources, or you're taking the petition to the line ministry or line minister. So, Philip, as per your presentation, I would think that you need to put a greater role, emphasis also on elected leaders. Because for me, when we don't talk about elected leaders, you almost leave me out, because the only job I've done from the time I was 23 was representing people in Parliament. So therefore, I feel good when people bring petitions, and I feel good when I take action because people have challenged me. So I think that's something you need to include in that presentation. However, Keep Your Promise campaign. Promises, a promise, I think a promise is a pledge already, and it must be fulfilled. It's a debt. A debt must be fulfilled. Let me assure you, every COP we go to wherever, the last year we had an implementation COP in Sharm el-Sheikh, and now we are going for accountability COP in Dubai, and then we are talking about that the COP in Dubai will be doing our stock take globally in terms of what we have, where we have arrived at in terms of the previous engagements. So I think that as we go into the global stock take in Dubai, our leaders have already come up with statements. I loved the statements in KIC by the great leaders of this continent. However, I summarized all these speeches, which were almost related from the first speaker up the last. I'm talking about our heads of states. That let us emphasize on less talk, but more action. And that's when we will be able to keep our promises. If I'm a head of state, hopefully in the future I'll be one, I should be able to commit some of these global people, emitters, that when we were in Copenhagen, this is what was premised, $100 billion to vulnerable countries where Africa belongs. We went to Sharm el-Sheikh, we passed some thematic areas, including loss and damage. We are not even able to verify how that can be accounted for. And now we are going to COP28 in Dubai, and we are saying it's an accountability COP. Adaptation financing is something that will have a direct impact on the African people. We are saying triple adaptation, but this has been the talk from COP up to now. Where are we at now? If that is not realizable through our chair of the heads of states of Africa, that's none other than H.E. Ruto, let us storm out. When Africa storms out, the rest of the country will wake up and stand strong to listen to Africa, because I know we have the potential, we have the resources, and we must only work towards ensuring that these resources are not taken advantage of. When investors, right now, I like the presentation where we're talking about financing for climate action, but focusing also on the grants. Because when they bring this carbon market stock, the banks go, I was in Uganda and trying to verify how much money do we get as a country in regards to most of these commitments that are made at the continent, at the global level. And my Minister of Finance is like, the process is huge. I can assure you it's a very huge process. And up to date, the countries that are able to access even this financing, at least Kenya tries by a small percentage, at least Senegal tries by a small percentage. Majority of the countries are not even able to access this financing. But remember, all these countries are represented in COP as parties. So at the end of the day, the bureaucracy is just too much. So therefore, as campaigners, as actors in this space, we need to go walk the talk, challenge ourselves, also seated here as Pakistan Network, there's different stakeholders on what we can do at our own level. Yesterday I was talking to my son, he made 11 years, my firstborn, and he was telling me, Mommy, but you're always on travels and you're talking about climate change. We watch you, we even watched you yesterday on NTV here at home. But what I've done, I've mobilized my fellow children in our village because we're in holidays. When you come back, just buy for us T-shirts. And we have already told Daddy to buy for us tree seedlings we want to plant in our surrounding, every homestead. So that was my boy trying to challenge me. So when I was going to sleep, I was like, wow, this is an 11-year-old son of mine talking about something that we must do directly. He does not even need a lot of resources. All he wants is, he wants T-shirts just to show his friends that, okay, we are planting trees. So it's as simple as that. What is it that we are going to do as us who are always in these meetings? And what is it that we must do, like Philip has said, committing our governments to make sure that they are accountable to the nationals, to our people that they represent? And what is it that we are committing our leaders who represent our countries to make sure that they task the global emitters in terms of their commitments to implement their commitment? I think that should be the story. Otherwise, for me, on my side, as a chairperson of a network of parliamentarians championing climate action in Africa, I will liaise all the Pakistan Network with all the members of parliament who are chairing committees of climate change, so that those petitions actually do not end up in the streets, but they get to the parliament where issues are debated. So having said that, I would love in a special way to thank Pakja for the activism. What we need is climate justice, and climate justice must be got now. And how? It's through those processes that we have talked about. It's either now or never. Thank you so much for your kind listening. And by the way, thank you for clapping.
Thank you. Let us appreciate Mona, my friend. Thank you, Jacqueline. And I think why we like, wherever we go, we convert people, and she has become also a converter. She has really baptized many members of parliament. I'm really awed by her really commitment. Ladies and gentlemen, as I mentioned, today was mine was just to watch from far what people are doing, and I will excuse myself and return the mic to Philip and say thank you very much once again for your really determination to have a better world than we found it. And I believe that this campaign has kicked off on a very, very positive note, and let us from here ensure that it doesn't end with your participation. We want you to be an agent of propagating this campaign at the national level, because it will not have meaning at this level as long as we don't really take it where it is supposed to be. Change is not going to come from Nairobi. It's not going to come from Addis Ababa, where African Union is. It's not going to come from New York, where the United Nations is. It is going to come from us, where you come from at the local level, so that we inspire a bottom-up kind of change, which has brought engagement and ownership by the people. So thank you very much, and I wish you the best of luck as you move into the next level of interaction. Thanks.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Dr. Mithika, for that interruption, which was extremely welcome. At least I would have missed the opportunity to get an hug from David. If you are not doctor, it's coming. Allow me to just interfere with the protocol a bit and request, Dr. Juliet, you wanted to say something small. Can I allow you 2 minutes? Just move the mic to, you can use a mic, so that I have control of this to cut you after 2 minutes. Use that one.
Thank you so much, Eric, and thank you, Mheshimiwa Jacqueline. Jacqueline, I'm talking to you. We need to clap for her because she loves being clapped for. And because of what she has promised to do. Because the success of everything we have agreed on will depend on the political class. So she has committed that she's going to lead because she's the chair, and we can only pray for her. So every day when we go home to pray, say a prayer for Jacqueline to remember what she has said, and clap for her also, even if she's not hearing when you are praying. And we are surely destined for greatness. Our communities are destined to succeed. Let us be proactive, all of us. Like Erika said, my name is Dr. Juliet Kimemia. I hold a PhD in entrepreneurship from Jomo Kenyatta University. And I head the Association of African Women for Research and Development. I am the Kenyan focal point. This is a women rights organization that is in 26 African countries and also in diaspora, founded about 36 years ago. So if you Google Association of African Women for Research and Development, and for those from the Francophone, the organization is called AFAD. So it is Award AFAD. Our headquarters is in Senegal, in Dakar, and our main area of work is research, action research, and gender responsive. So what we are going to achieve will have to be guided by evidence-based decision making. So, and even from what we have seen in the presentation, we cannot achieve anything if we don't do basic research. And I think we have been given the guidance on how to get it. Just do a small desktop review on the issue you are looking at, and that will guide even mobilization of stakeholders. It will guide the identification of indicators, and if we all collaborate and make it gender responsive, we are going to really succeed. This money will be spent, and it will be spent at our communities. But if we don't, we have seen a lot of money being pledged, but no programs are created, because a program cannot be created if there hasn't been a research around the problem area. There is what is called the problem statement. So let us all be researchers. That is what I am really appealing. Let us be proactive. Let us hold government to account by doing research. Because you cannot accuse a government for committing something and not spending anything without giving the percentages. Because there's also a percentage in just talking. Talking maybe is 1% or 2%, but research is one that is going to allocate that scope. So I am inviting all of you from your various countries. Please get in touch with Award, AFAD, the local chapters in the countries, so that we support ourselves within the picture. So thank you so much. I have spent a minute. I also like being clapped for. For the last 7 years, let me say this because I may get people to fund my campaign. I have been in politics in Kenya. I ran for Senate in 2017. I did not succeed, but I became a minister in the county of Kiambu. 2022, I went for the big seat because I was so convinced that those 22,000 people who voted for me to be their senator were okay with me being a senator, so I wanted to be their governor. Unfortunately, I did what is called kozimia, so you know that. But from the talks, I think mambo itakuwa mzuri. Things will be good. So
thank you so
so
much.
much.
So the ground is now with you. That is what Mheshimiwa is saying. In our language, we talk about the ground being with you, listening to the ground and all that. Huh? But thank you so much. I think I have to thank David. I have to thank Honorable Jacqueline Mithika for his observation and Dr. Juliet for those inputs. I know people are looking at me in a kind manner. Can I, because once we come back, you will not see me here. Can I take only 2 burning questions? And you must ensure it's sufficiently burning. I can see one there. I can see another one there. And I can see one at this end. So I'll assume the 3 are the most burning question. My brother, proceed. A young person to move the mic for me, so that you become the leader of today.
Thank you, Philip, for really unpacking and well dissecting the campaign content. My very limited point is, you know, what I want to ask, the degree of flexibility.
Kindly, I know you are not known. Is it possible to introduce yourself?
Okay, my name is Jonas. I am from Ethiopia Consortium for Climate Change Ethiopia, representing. My question is, there are some specific country contexts in which all the strategies and approaches, as well as proposed actions that were mentioned in your presentation, might not be possible. Therefore, my question is, what is the degree of flexibility to adopt to our local contexts? I am saying this, for instance, in our case, activities like mass march, public protests might not be possible depending upon some internal situations. Therefore, it is to what extent that the Secretariat would allow us to really contextualize or adapt to our local activities. The second brief question is, we have had some previous activities. We have already started our countdown to COP28 activities at national level. There is a national task force established from CSOs. Is it possible to link the launching of this campaign to the already existing initiatives, maybe in some cases, or to link it to such initiatives? Thank you.
Thank you. I'll be super brief in response. We provided you with an overarching framework. We know some countries, including Sudan, the context there could be totally different. So you take lead in customizing the frame to your context so that it suits that particular context. But more importantly, if matches are not feasible, we could, within our design, undertake much more powerful online across Africa, and again connect to the embassies. That does not mean that they will run away from the liability of receiving the kind of petitions, the kind of messages that will come from there. So we can power that using an alternative media to ensure that that message reaches those who we intend it reaches. You began your countdown to COP28. Can we clap for you? Let's clap for them. Ethiopia has started their own countdown. So essentially is I understand. Prof, I understand. I perfectly understand. No fights at this point. I think what is important, because Ethiopia has begun their countdown. What is important moving forward is to then begin to see in the countdown, does it have a name? Can we ground this campaign within the countdown? And can we customize it to be the main item that you are driving? If there could be resistance, then how does it work best? You are best placed to work within that particular context, but it's good to hear that you are making steps already, and therefore it's basically trying to look at then how do you align and move forward with impact. Let me pick comments from here, and then I go at the back.
Thank you very much. My name is Shamim. I'm from the United Republic of Tanzania, and I also work as a youth advisor to the Dutch Ministry of Foreign Affairs on meaningful youth participation in different concepts, and climate justice being one of them. And recently, I had a visit to the ICC, and I thought one of the key stakeholders that could help us in taking accountability, especially for paying up for loss and damage and all those promises that have been made by the global north countries, is through the ICC. They could play a very vital role in that, because they talked about they're working on a policy on ecocide, and that could also help, because countries are just making promises voluntary, meaning there isn't that kind of accountability. And then another thing that I wanted to say is it would be better if we could carry this campaign to the African Union, European Union ministerial meeting, which is coming up soon, I think in October, and I think it would be better if we can have some young people having this campaign being taken there to really address our case of what we want as Africa, and stand saying that climate change and climate injustices that have been happening in Africa, they need to be addressed, but not on a voluntary level, but more of on a demand level, because we cannot be talking about the African Union, the European Union. We're talking about the African Union strategy, or the African strategy, but the people that are most talking about the strategy, it is the global north. Why are we not talking about it, we ourselves, and how can we incorporate such campaigns within the strategy? And that is what the EU-AU ministerial meeting will be all about. So bringing this campaign towards that meeting will also be very helpful. Thank you very much.
Let's clap once more. That is why we are saying we are exiting the stage for young people to lead. The discourse around ecocides is gaining momentum. We need to look at how can we achieve a further push around that. ICC, will it be the best space? I'm still debating, but we need to keep introspecting the legal systems within Africa. How do we strengthen them to serve justice to our people? PACTURE is working with Pangela, which is again an outfit of judges who deal with issues of labor, environment, land issues in Africa, to see whether we can begin developing groundbreaking precedent-setting cases. And we need to keep exploring whether there is a latitude to close on some certain cases within our own space. The EU Minister, Africa Union, EU, that is basically a good space that you've also mapped that we need to, again, engage with. And thanks for that. I want to go right to the back. There was an hand there, unless the question has gone. Please do not manufacture a new one.
My name is Teresia Njeri. I'm Kenyan, and I'm from an organization named Women Collective Kenya. And my question is, how will the Global Fund for Climate Justice benefit grassroots organizations that are championing and advocating ecological justice, and the same organizations that are doing environmental conservations?
Thank you for your quite pointed question. I think you missed an important discussion yesterday where we were with the Chief Executive Officer of the Green Climate Fund, and indeed we had discussions on the same, but there were equally dilemmas on the same in terms of how we proceed. And we deferred the discussion at a point where we said we need structured space that enables us propose and drive, and in a faster manner, reforms that will allow resources to flow from the GCF itself to subnational entities and also to institutions of women and youth at the front line of climate crisis. So we left it at that particular point, pointing fundamentally to the reforms that needs to happen at the national level and subnational level to make that a reality. So that is how I respond. There is indeed real challenge in terms of accessing funding, and we need to ensure that this campaign unlocks that particular potential. Thank you so much. Mamadou. When you have an in-law somewhere, you must be careful.
Thank you, my in-law. So I'm going to speak in French. Okay. Are you ready?
Yes.
D'accord. Merci bien, Philippe, et merci à Padja pour l'initiative. Pour moi,
allez-y.
Ok. Pour moi, l'année passée, nous avions travaillé sur le concept de la torche. Et cette année, nous avons un nouveau concept, Keep the Promise. Alors, ma question est de savoir, est-ce qu'il ne serait pas mieux... Hein? C'est bon? Ah, ok.
Yes.
Désolé. Alors, ma question est de savoir, est-ce que nous ne gagnerons pas en travaillant sur un concept qui serait, j'allais dire, permanent. Et chaque année, vers chaque COP, on essaie de développer un thème qui sera, en tout cas, qui va gouverner l'action au cours de l'année. L'avantage ici, c'est quoi? Par exemple, cette année, nous allons peut-être reprendre le matériel que nous avons produit l'année passée. Nous avons fait des banderoles, des dépliants, nous avons fait des pancartes qui auraient pu servir cette année si le symbole de la torche était toujours là. Mais nous sommes obligés peut-être de tout reprendre. Alors comment est-ce qu'on peut trouver un logo ou bien quelque chose qui serait lié à cette campagne-là et qui sera permanente, même si les thèmes vont être changeants d'année en année? Donc c'est un peu ça mon inquiétude. Et ma proposition s'y a lieu pour qu'on puisse voir comment pérenniser et également dans quelle mesure on pourrait créer des hashtags qui vont lier ces événements-là. Même dans 10 ans, quand on clique, on peut retrouver l'itinéraire qu'on a parcouru. Voilà un peu ma proposition. Merci.
Merci. And thank you for your question. This question has come to me multiple times, right from our own staff and from the designated national platforms. So it's important just to make it clear that it has come multiple times. Campaign is about dynamism. Campaign is about agility. Campaign is about customizing to change. The context is changing. The Climate Justice Torch campaign had its own objectives. And it's premised within a particular period to be achieved. Ordinarily, it would have been difficult for us to recycle it and say it continues, because it had its own time frame, clear objectives that it ought to deliver. In respecting those objectives, in light of the current realities, it may not be tenable to keep running on those objectives. So you move it. And essentially for campaigning, campaigns are dynamic. And if it achieves one form, then nobody will subsequently listen to you. I am requesting Mamadou, you ought us to account in terms of making this extremely interesting. Now, so that I'm not beaten, because Prom beat me and can also curse me. He has all the powers. He can decide to curse me, he can decide to, whichever it is, but I would rather be beaten than to be cursed by an elder. Allow me to Jonas, are you able to stand? Sorry, Jonas, just sit. You were saying something. Small question. Yes, I know Chakri's question. One small question can be a big one, I fear. But give him the mic. And anything that happens from this forward, I'm not accountable because of time.
L'année dernière, lorsqu'on a organisé la torche, yesterday when I organized this torch, we have a problem with the translation. Je continue en français. Aujourd'hui, vous avez kept to promise. C'est en singulier ou au pluriel? Si on l'a traduit en français, on a un problème. Si on a traduit en arabe, on a un problème. Je vous prie, Philippe, que la traduction soit faite ici, pour que nous, dans tous les pays, on aura au moins le même titre et nous n'aurons pas ce problème. L'année dernière, on avait problème, surtout la traduction en arabe, en français. C'est ça ma question.
Chakri, can I push you quickly? What kind of problems do you see in translating this into French?
Par exemple, c'est un slogan en pluriel ou en singulier? Promise, il n'y a pas S. Promise, c'est un... Kept, le terme kept, en français, c'est tenez. En arabe, c'est autre chose. Donc, j'aimerais bien que Prof. Shaddad and Dr. Najwa...
Donner is give.
Give.
Donner is give. Keep is not donner. Keep, ce n'est pas donner. Oui.
Sorry, Philippe.
But anyway, Chakri, your concern is well taken, and it will be acted on before we leave this place. Keep your promise. Number one is personalized. It's a bit personalized. There could be several, but we kept it at singular level so that you are able to have much more pointed action. A country could have made more promises. An actor could have made more promises, but it's a matter of making it more pointed from a language point of view. Madam, and that will be the very final, please.
My name is Ruth Mombe. I'm a feminist and ecological justice activist. And for me, I like the fact that the campaign is looking on corporate pollution and how we are going to hold companies that are polluting our environment. But I think we should also look to the fact that we are all cognizant that activists and human rights defenders, and especially environmental activists, always face risk when they are trying to hold these corporations accountable. And we have policies, and like in Kenya where they have, I think there's a policy that do protect whistleblowers, and even at the international level, the UN Declaration of Human Rights Defenders. How do we incorporate and also bring on board institutions like UN that do promote and protect human rights defenders who are at risk? Because I know we are going to hold them accountable to keep the promise, but I'm also anticipating they might come for us because this is about accountability, and people are not ready to be held accountable. So the aspect of security of human rights defenders and environmental justice, I think it's a key component that we should hold them accountable, and our governments to protect environmental activist defenders.
Thank you so much. If you are doing something and the world is quiet, then you are doing nothing. But if you are doing something and there is a lot of displeasure, then please note that you are stepping on the right buttons and a step harder. Are we together? Step harder because you are stepping on the right buttons, but step harder with the right mobilization that is required. Within PACTURE, we have a facility called Small Grants, but equally within the bigger alliance of the African Activists for Climate Justice, which is a program implemented under coordination of PACJA, there is a facility that is meant to address that. But the session, this initial session was for framing of the campaign. There will be subsequent processes that develop elements of what you have raised to ensure that there is sufficient safeguards on human rights. Prof, I hope it will not be a controversial one. A small one. I usually fear these small questions, especially when the two of you are together. I usually fear them.
My question earlier now, you say keep the promise. Is it us who promised Africa we will fight to the end to ensure justice and climate change? Or is it the promise of the developed country? Because if you look at Paris Agreement, there is no promise, there is no any commitment in Paris Agreement. I'm afraid we go to Dubai and you go and somebody asks you, tell us what promise we promise you. Show us this promise.
Thank you, Prof. I think you are raising a fundamental question, which I know Augustine partly responded to, and which I think is unpacking question, which we need to unpack. But you also missed the session when I was actually beginning the process. I said there is territoriality of promises. Even the most locally elected leader, the most locally and decentralized unit of government has promises that in one way or another resonate with the plights of women, youth at the front line of climate crisis. Are they keeping the promise? At the national level, when we talked about NDC, you said we delete NDC, we put adaptation. Do the NDCs advance the kind of promises the leaders and the government manifestos promised? Where is the deviation? Before you come to the African region, the group of negotiators keeping the aspirations of us alive, and are the presidents of African countries keeping those aspirations alive? And then we go and distill those specific clauses that we want to hold the global north to account. Thank you so much. I want to do an introduction for Jonas. You will agree with me, we've gone 2:14. Lunch is there, but we'll come back for this conversation, and I'm available. Allow me to request Jonas to stand. You know, sometimes when you are moderate, you just claim the power temporarily, and then you can return the power where it belongs. Jonas Gebru, who is the vice chair of the Pan-African Climate Justice Alliance's board, also doubles up as the lead for climate change consortium in Ethiopia. So I felt like it's important to do that introduction so that I'm not killed at one point. Gabriel, Jonas probably want to hear your voice very quickly.
Thank you. Thank you, Philip. I am already introduced by him. My full name is Jonas Gebru. I am from Ethiopia, National Coordinator of Consortium for Climate Change Ethiopia, which is PACJA's national designated platform. I am coordinating that, and I am also vice chair of the executive board of the Pan-African Climate Justice Alliance. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Jonas, for that introduction, and that takes us to the close of this particular session. We take 45 minutes for lunch, and lunch is served in a location called La Piazzetta. La Piazzetta. I think this should be Italian. La Piazzetta. Somebody outside will just direct you to where the La Piazzetta is. I hope we are not going to enjoy, most likely we are going to enjoy Italian meal. It sounds Italian.
hapo tu. Iko clear kweli? Iko clear?
Some okay. I can sit on a high table. katikati. Yeah. Hello. Good afternoon. I'm Viola.
Justice, climate justice. Justice, climate justice. What do you
Gotten a little bit dark. I was about to say good evening. We want to begin the second come and present the comms plan. After guys come, yes. If you can hear me and you're still outside, kindly just join us.
Good afternoon once more. Thank you for coming back to this session. I would like to invite Mr. Fidel Niegaba, who is the Knowledge and Communication Manager at the Pan-African Climate Justice Alliance, to present to us the communication plan, after which we will carry on with today's, or rather this session's, activities. So kindly help me welcome Fidel with a clap.
Thank you, Eve. Good afternoon. I will not take a long time. I want us to make the following sessions very short, because we have very important sessions for just putting into the communication plan I'm going to present and the messages we are going to talk about. Want to put them into our context in our own countries. And that's why I will not be too long, because I want us to discuss. We have different geographical regions, and this campaign, as I have been discussing, it's not for the Secretariat. It's for a lot of us, but also being spearheaded by youth. So that's why I want to be brief. My name is Fidel Niegaba. I'm a Communication and Knowledge Management Manager. I'm part of the communication team at the Secretariat. But as you know, maybe some or many of you know that we usually communicate, be privately or like here. So that's why we need to understand the principles of communication and how we need to work together in this campaign we have launched today. The good thing is that the communication and advocacy, they go together because one look for change, and another one focuses on sharing information or maybe exchanging information. So when the advocacy we are talking about is looking for change and action, for us now we are supporting that campaign and the advocacy processes to be more effective. So that's why I will be talking about different sections of the communication plan, the way we have started it, and the way we think we should be strategies using the communication plan we have. And then we shall look at the objective. Why do we want to have this communication plan? And how do we want to support this campaign we have started today? And then there we want also to look back what happened the last time. As you remember, in Gabon, that's where we launched the Climate Just Touch campaign, which went well. My colleagues here have spoken about that. It has gone, it was a successful, in fact, it was a successful event campaign. But also today, discussion, we had the discussions, what went well and what didn't. So that was a kind of evaluation. And I think it can help us to move forward with this campaign we have started today. We shall look at the audience, and that's where we shall look at different locations of our continent, and also look at the messages and how we can craft those messages so that we make sure that we reach the real target audience. Sometimes we can sing for some people who are not here. Or maybe I may be speaking like thinking you are here, you are not around. So you have to be strategic in how you communicate. Moving forward, this present campaign, communication plan is in line with the strategy, the advocacy strategy for COP28. As you remember, for some of us here, we're in Kigali in December. That's why we're evaluating the outcome of COP27 that took place in Sharm el-Sheikh in Egypt. But also from that point in Kigali, they developed the strategy for advocacy for COP28. And many of you, or some of you, as national designated platform coordinators, we had a meeting in February where we have launched and presented this strategy. So there was no doubt that this campaign would be starting because we were aware that we were going to have this campaign. Maybe we didn't know when it was supposed to start. This campaign, the COP28 wants to enhance the effectiveness of Africa's engagement in negotiations and to secure the wins or the gains of Africa. So when we look at different sections of this communication plan, we need to think about what are we going to gain during this upcoming COP. Who are we, where are we, and how are we working together? And how are we making sure that we are having one voice that can influence, that can bring impact on what we are saying as Africans. So as I continue, when we look back, as far as communication campaign is concerned, we have achieved a lot because, as you can see, the campaign started in Gabon, as I said. It ended in December in Sharm el-Sheikh, but also we had post-campaign, post-COP campaign. In August, in December, we had evaluation, and we realized that we had more 77 direct coverage of media across the continent. I say plus because we couldn't track all media. And when we talk about media, it's not about news organizations. We have these who are doing podcasters, we have YouTubers, we have different types of media or communications. So we have registered more than 77, and I think this is a good step we have made. Looking at the social media, this number, over 600,000 of social media, we were able to reach this number of people. But now, we are sure, as I can tell you, by last month, we did evaluation, and we had already reached more than 8 million worldwide. Now you understand how our force, when it comes together, we can reach the target we want. And we're using digital communication, digital engagement, social media, and so forth. So at least every month we have more than 1 million of reach. Now, last year, during the campaign, Climate Justice Torch campaign, at least 13 countries had the event. My colleague in the morning has said virtually and physically, and these are countries that where we were able to have physical movement related to Climate Justice Torch campaign. Now, why do we want to focus on this one? We have seen the success last year, but also we want to focus on COP28. This campaign, communication plan, we want to strategically communicate with our various target audience from now, because we have launched it today, from now. So the implementation plan is supposed to be starting right now. And we have to look at different messages and techniques we are going to use in order to have the success. Our objectives are mainly focusing on 3 points. One is the creation and raising awareness around the campaign's objectives. Second, we want to mobilize people, different people, starting from students, going to decision makers, policy makers, lawmakers. Everyone has to find his slot during this campaign. But also we want to advocate for accountability. This is like a repeated song. Since morning, we've been talking about accountability. By raising awareness, we want to look at the global community, and especially the global north, so that they understand what we want, our cause, our aim, and our change we desire. By advocating for accountability, we want to call all stakeholders, including governments, corporations, international organizations, and the others, to address the change and the impact in Africa. But now we know that we cannot achieve that when you have not mobilized different stakeholders, as I've said. We want to make sure that you have a strong force behind us, and we want to know that everyone is understanding what we are fighting for, and we will have to be in that boat together. We will have to sail together and reach the destination together. So focusing on the three objectives: awareness, advocacy, accountability, and mobilization. We are looking at different clusters or different audiences. And that's why this campaign is very special. It's not a top-down, but it's horizontal. We want to make it a horizontal campaign. That means in the country where you are, you have to be engaged. But also there must be maybe one DNA